Chapter 16:22. What is the spirit-splitting ring? Li Zongjiu asked. It took Hong Long a long time before he gradually suppressed his surprise. This thing is called the spirit-splitting ring. It has 3 abilities: demon sealing, formless, and spirit refining doppelganger. Demon sealing, formless, spirit refining doppelganger. Li Zongjiu wasn't an ordinary person. Just by looking at the names, he could roughly guess the power of the bronze bracelet in his hand. Demon sealing and devil sealing means that the amorphous hoop can greatly enhance the offensive attributes of demons and devils. Shapeless and amorphous means that it doesn't have any fixed form and can change and imitate at will. And the most important thing is the spirit refining doppelganger. It can help you refine your own Dao doppelganger in advance. Hong Long said. It was like a manual explaining the magic treasure in his hand. At the same time, he also returned the spirit-splitting ring to Li Zongjiu. Obviously, Hong Long also knew that although this thing was very tempting, it was not worth it. Even if he did not use it himself, he only needed to sell it to get millions of soul beans. There were countless experts who would scramble for such a treasure like a flock of ducks. If they wanted to cultivate their own Dao doppelganger, they had to be at least at the Lord of Heaven Realm. But it was easier said than done to cultivate to the Lord of Heaven Realm. Even the current master of Red Soul City had not reached the Lord of Heaven Realm. If he could reach the Lord of Heaven Realm, it was said that he could freely enter this big world. The appearance of this big world was also called the doppelganger training field. The experts in the outside world all put their doppelganger here to train, so it was very likely that you would see a Hotian realm expert. But in fact, it was only one of his doppelganger. The real body with more powerful strength was outside this big world. If you were to offend such a person, the consequences would be very terrifying. The trouble that he had provoked was definitely not something that could be settled so easily. Once these Lord of Heaven Realm experts came to find trouble with you, then no matter how powerful you were, you would definitely die. After all, it was yours. You only had one life. However, Heaven Monarch Realm experts were able to create their own incarnation power, which was equivalent to having countless lives. After some careful consideration, Li Zongjiu understood the value of the mind-splitting ring in his hand. It was no wonder that the people from Sky Fiend Alliance were so interested in it. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to get their hands on it. Such a treasure was actually brought out by a mere demon from the underground palace. Perhaps this was the charm of this cruel world. Even if you obtained something by chance, it could directly bring you to a higher level of life and cultivation. This was an extremely enviable thing. There were even fortuitous encounters happening here every day. This great world was simply too big. Moreover, it had existed for an unknown period of time. The number of experts that had been born from it was simply too many to count. If the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were to come to the St. Martial continent, they could easily destroy the Dragon Island. No matter what race it was, they would be completely annihilated. This was the strength of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, in this place, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was merely a slightly superior wild force. Against a regular army like the City Lord's Mansion, they would basically be wiped out in an instant. This item needs to be refined with blood. Hong Long said, although he wanted to get his hands on the mind-splitting ring in Li Zongjiu's hands. Hong Long clearly knew that with his strength, it was impossible for him to snatch it. Even if he really got his hands on it with his strength, he would definitely not be able to protect it, just as Li Zongjiu was about to use his blood to refine it. Suddenly, an extremely strong wave of energy came from outside the cave. Li Zongjiu instantly kept the mind-splitting ring in his hands. At the same time, he pushed Hong Long into the depths of the cave. Boom! The entire cave was instantly shattered. It directly suppressed Li Zongjiu within. However, very quickly, Li Zongjiu's body was also hit by the stones that fell on it. It was instantly shattered. They came so quickly. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Of course, Li Zongju knew that the other party's actions were so direct. It must be an expert from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. He guessed that Yutuo's tracking signal was on this demon. That was why the other party was able to find him so quickly. When Li Zongjiu rushed out of the rubble ruins, he saw 3 silhouettes standing in the air. When the 3 of them saw Li Zongjiu take the initiative to show himself, the corners of their mouths curled up into a cold smile. The person who came was the second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The 2 people behind him were the second head's left and right hands. After receiving the news, the 3 of them were on their way here. However, they did not expect that they were still 1 step too late. The poor third head had died so tragically. Fortunately, the tracking signal he had left behind was still there. This allowed the second in command of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to find him very easily. Hand over the thing, and I can give you a quick death. The second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance said slowly. Even if he did not need the tracking signal on this demon, he only needed to look at the hatred points on Li Zongjiu to know that there was definitely something wrong with Li Zongjiu. No matter what, he would not let Li Zongjiu go. Giving him a quick death was already the greatest mercy he could give. As for how quick it would be, it was still up to him to decide. Li Zongjiu laughed in disdain when he heard that. You guys are considered lucky? Those few that I killed just now did not even have a chance to speak. Li Zongjiu mocked. His words were too arrogant. What he meant was that when Li Zongjiu attacked, third head and the rest did not even have a chance to speak. The second head's eyes seemed to be filled with murderous intent. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. As soon as he finished speaking, the second head and the 2 people beside him attacked at the same time. They charged towards Li Zongjiu to kill him. The 2 people on his left and right seemed to be carrying a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, this power blocked Li Zongjiu's escape routes, making it impossible for Li Zongjiu to advance or retreat. Both of them were experts among the level 7 and 8 experts. Their strength was comparable to Li Zongjiu's. If it was before Li Zongjiu had taken the 100 Calamity Elixir, he might have lost his life facing the 2 of them. However, Li Zongjiu was no longer the same as before. The unparalleled sword in his hand suddenly rotated. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura swept towards both sides. 1 ice and 1 fire, like 2 wild dragons protecting the law. The sword aura swept towards the 2 of them. However, it was broken by the 2 of them. Li Zongjiu had already rushed towards the people in front of him the moment he delayed the other party. He quickly killed the leader of the other party. The sword aura landed. In the blink of an eye, a crazy power burst out. Want to kill me? If it were that easy, this Xiao's head would have long been hung high on the city walls. The second head also sneered. Since Li Zongjiu wanted to die, then he would fulfill his wish. In an instant, his figure burst out. In the second head's hand, there was a 9-foot-long saber. He waved the long saber, full of murderous intent, directly towards Li Zongjiu. This made Li Zongjiu extremely wary. Although the saber was ridiculously long, when the saber was waved, it was quite fierce and powerful. It was vigorous and vigorous. Even all kinds of tricky saber techniques were directly aimed at Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu blocked with his sword. The 2 masters behind him attacked Li Zongjiu at the same time. Li Zongjiu had to retreat. After fighting with Li Zongjiu for a while with the long saber, the second head also knew how powerful Li Zongjiu's ability was. He could not be underestimated. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Li Zongjiu would definitely find an opportunity to severely injure him. However, as long as the 3 of them joined forces, Li Zongjiu would have no chance at all. He could only be defeated step by step. In the end, his fate was very obvious. It was very clear that Li Zongjiu himself would have no chance at all. Your strength is not bad, but if the 3 of us join forces, you will only die. The second head sneered coldly. No wonder the third head died in the few moments of fighting. The powerful strength that Li Zongjio had displayed had already caused the second master to have a lingering fear. If he did not give it his all, he might be injured directly. Moreover, judging from Li Zongjio's fighting style, as long as he had the slightest chance, he would definitely spare no effort to kill you. With this kind of strength, it was indeed necessary to be extra careful and careful. Li Zongjio did not speak, but only touched the tattoo on his finger. Suddenly, a fishy wind blew. Roar! The poisonous dragon Ao Tian appeared. The strength of a level 8 innate was released continuously. Powerful energy continued to permeate the air. Rumble! After Ao Tian appeared, a slight flap of his wings was able to release an extremely strong aura. After that, Ao Tian quickly rushed towards the second head. Both of them were level 8 innate, and they were in a stalemate. Li Zongjio also needed to wait for an opportunity. He charged towards the two left and right hands. The sudden appearance of the poisonous dragon Ao Tian also gave them a strong pressure. Suddenly, the three of them frantically retreated, and their strength exploded. However, Li Zongjio had already locked onto one of them. This person could not escape from Li Zongjio's attack. In the end, he also charged towards Li Zongjio. Hold that guy back. I will help you after I kill this dragon. The second head roared. The appearance of the poisonous dragon Ao Tian gave them too much pressure. They had no choice but to join forces to block Ao Tian's attack. Boom! Li Zongjio pointed his matchless sword towards the head of the person in front of him. The other party also threw a pair of iron fists towards Li Zongjio. Bang bang! Buddha's palm! Mountain-flipping golden seal. All of a sudden, Li Zongjio also threw away his sword. The matchless sword attacked automatically. It forced the other party to retreat. At the same time, Li Zongjio's palms were constantly forming seals, and waves of strength were thrown towards the person in front of him. World-shocking divine fist. The other party's fists also landed on Li Zongjio's body without any restraint. It turned out that both sides were using this kind of head-on fighting method to injure each other. However, the result was very obvious. Half of the other party's body was directly smashed by Li Zongjio. The matchless sword flashed and pierced through the other party's head, although the other party's fists landed on Li Zongjio's body. However, all the attack power was absorbed by Li Zongjio's heaven virtual divine form record. Chapter 16:23. In the blink of an eye, he killed a person. The second head in charge and the other expert, who was entangled by the poison dragon in the distance, also trembled when they saw this scene. The two of them were furious. Although the three of them were subordinates, they had been good friends for many years. And now he was actually killed right before their very eyes. How could they tolerate this? With a furious roar, the two of them unleashed their Yuan Qi in a frenzy. It was as if a violent gust of wind was blowing. The surrounding trees were all uprooted. They formed a strong force and smashed towards the poison dragon. Bam! The poison dragon was hit. He was in so much pain that he cried out. However, the poison dragon opened his mouth and turned into a poison arrow. The person in front of him couldn't dodge it in time. He was in such a sorry state. However, the two of them couldn't break through Ao Tian's blockade. Finally, Li Zongjio arrived and landed on Ao Tian's head. At the same time, the sword in his hand gradually released a terrifying aura. A man and a dragon cooperated with each other. After a series of battles, the second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and ran. He ran far away. Boom! The person who was left behind was drenched in the poison dragon's poison. He looked like a pile of mud. It didn't last long. The second person was poisoned to death. However, there were some wounds on Ao Tian's body. There were even some wounds that looked a little ghastly on their own. With the wounds on my body, I need at least 1,000 or 2,000 soul beans to heal my wounds. Aotian opened his dragon claws in front of Li Zongjio. The battle was for Li Zongjio. Now that he was injured, it was normal for him to ask for some compensation. Only after the compensation could he heal his wounds. After all, the healing effect of soul beans was very good. Li Zongjio wasn't stingy in this aspect. He gave the poison dragon 1,500 soul beans. The guy smiled and shrunk back. Li Zongjio did not chase after the second-in-command of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, who had escaped. Firstly, they couldn't catch up. Secondly, after testing the waters, these people already knew that Li Zongjio was not to be trifled with. The most important thing was to make these people more obedient in the future. After knowing how powerful Li Zongjio was, he had to think twice before making a move. For them, this was equivalent to stepping on a nail. Naturally, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Li Zongjio had also taken a fancy to what they wanted. In the end, they had no choice but to end up like this. Han Long saw this scene from afar. Naturally, he was quite clear in his heart. Li Zongjio was really too powerful. Almost no one could resist Li Zongjio. The rat-headed demon was severely injured. Li Zongjio did not kill it directly. Instead, he left it where it was. At least it could help attract the attention of the other experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. One had to know that there were hundreds of people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the valley. If these people gathered together, even Li Zongjio and the poison dragon Aotian would have to leave quickly. Only by running far away could they ensure their own safety. There was no doubt about this. It was very dangerous to deal with so many people. They were outnumbered. Even if the opponent released the lightning talisman, if Li Zongjio got too close, there was a chance that he would be killed by the thunder talisman of destiny. Li Zongjio had no doubt about this. Although he was confident, he was not arrogant. In some situations where he couldn't win, he had to keep a low profile. However, he could not be complacent just because he had won 2 rounds. If that happened, the outcome would be very painful. Li Zongjio and Han Long continued to search for another place. At this place, they directly used a drop of blood to refine the indefinite hoop in their hands. After refining the indefinite hoop, it naturally could not run away. It could not be taken away by others. Even Li Zongjio could use the indefinite hoop earlier. After the indefinite hoop and Li Zongjio established a connection, Li Zongjio also felt that there seemed to be something extra in his mind. Something else. It was the indefinite hoop that appeared directly in his mind space. At the same time, Li Zongjio's mind power was constantly being absorbed by the indefinite hoop. Immediately, Li Zongjio was surprised to find that his mind power was also condensing and pouring into the indefinite hoop. It seemed like it was trying to condense. However, this power was not successful. It was only a small part. After all, Li Zongjio's mind power was not strong enough. Only when the mind power in it was condensed to a certain extent could it give birth to the power of an avatar. So far, there was no way to condense the power of the Great Path Avatar. Besides that, the indefinite hoop in his hand could carry a murderous aura, which was obviously targeted at the power of these demons. This kind of power could be integrated into the sword chi at Li Zongjio's command. It was very convenient. The indefinite hoop directly turned into a small ring and fell on Li Zongjio's finger. This is the indefinite hoop. It can actually increase the mind power. Li Zongjio also noticed this. In the past, when Li Zongjio used the white god Fu, it could also increase his mind power. However, it could not be used now. The power of the white god Fu could not drive him, and there was no special effect. As for the indefinite hoop, if necessary, it could be added to the mind power and be used directly. It could increase Li Zongjio's mind power to a certain extent. Han Long was also very emotional. He did not expect this thing to fall into Li Zongjio's hands. It was very unexpected. Moreover, it was snatched from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. This was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Only Li Zongjio had such courage and strength. Although the 1,000-moon sect master and the others wanted to, they were not strong enough. In fact, if Li Zongjio had not attacked and killed the third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would not have been able to escape. Qian Yu and the others might not have been able to escape. After using the Lightning Talisman of Destiny and paying such a huge price, how could he let them leave so easily? Let's go. Li Zongjio only used half a day to refine it. Then he looked at the sky and saw that it had turned dark again. Where are we going? Honglong asked. Normally, after a person obtained such a treasure, they would find a place to hide until their strength increased. Then, they would reappear in the Jianghu to intimidate the heroes or make a fortune in secret. If he were to walk around with this treasure, he would only invite death upon himself. The mission that we accepted before? I am very curious as to what the rewards of the city Lord's Mansion will be. Li Zongjio would not let go of any opportunity to increase his strength. Moreover, he already had a basic understanding of the surrounding situation. The mission of killing the demons was not over yet. Therefore, Li Zongjio had to stay and continue killing demons. Ah, do you still kill demons? In Honglong's opinion, even if he killed 100 or 1,000 demons, it would not be comparable to the indefinite hoop in his hands. Chapter 16:24. Li Zongjio and Honglong entered the forest once again. Since this doppelganger ring can imitate anything, I wonder if it can imitate the unparalleled sword. Li Zongjio thought to himself. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, the doppelganger ring in his hand turned into the unparalleled sword with a swoosh. In terms of its aura, it could even pass off as the real thing. It looked no different from the real unparalleled sword. It's really powerful. Li Zongjio tried to swing the unparalleled sword that was transformed by the doppelganger ring in his hand. Immediately, the sword chi was released continuously. The sword in his hand released a slight fluctuation. It was unusually powerful. This thing is really powerful. The doppelganger ring was at least an immortal weapon. Li Zongjio thought to himself. Due to the help of the Black Sea Lord, the unparalleled sword had a heart of the Azure Sea. Therefore, the unparalleled sword itself had been upgraded. It could be considered as a half-step immortal weapon now. It could only wait until Hu Wushuang's strength broke through to the heaven realm. Naturally, it could become an immortal weapon. Similarly, if the unparalleled sword broke through to the immortal weapon realm, Hu Wushuang would naturally break through to the heaven realm. The two complemented each other. If Li Zongjio had the ability to upgrade the unparalleled sword, Hu Wushuang might be able to appear here. He did not expect the doppelganger ring to be able to imitate the unparalleled sword, a half-step immortal weapon. This was much more convenient. After all, the quality of the doppelganger ring was above that of the unparalleled sword. If the unparalleled sword was damaged in a battle, it would be an extremely dangerous thing. Hu Wushuang would definitely be severely injured. Nightfall. The groups of demons seemed to be continuing their operations. These fiendish demons appeared in groups. There was a huge number of them, and their strength was shocking. In addition, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had retreated during this period of time. Therefore, some of the freelance hunters found an opportunity to come and fight against the demons. After all, if they could kill these Gue demons, they would be rewarded by the City Lord. This was also very tempting for them. In addition, according to the rumors, there was a demon with the treasure of the underground palace. Although the first one might have fallen into the hands of the Sky Fiend Alliance, who could guarantee that there would not be a second one. Since they were in the big world, nothing was impossible. Immediately, these people quickly showed themselves. At night, they hurriedly fought with the demons. Killing demons. Li Zongjio and Honglong were also rapidly shuttling through the forest. There were still quite a number of demons who weren't weak. However, they couldn't withstand too many moves from Li Zongjio. By now, Li Zongjio had gotten used to fighting at this level. After all, he had even fought with an innate level 7 expert. What else was there to say? As long as Li Zongjio did not encounter a level 8 innate, or even a level 9 innate, he would be able to kill them quickly. Just as Li Zongjio was doing his best to slay the fiendish demons, something happened. The only second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance who managed to escape did not make it back to Red Spirit City alive. On the way back, he met a small hunting team who had left the city to hunt. When they saw the severely injured second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance, they couldn't believe it. How could there be such a good thing? The Sky Fiend Alliance had many enemies. However, the reason why these leaders were still alive was because they were powerful. Now that he was severely injured, there were no experts around him to protect him. He was easily killed by this group of hunters. The second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance would never have imagined that he would be ambushed on the way back. He was killed mercilessly just like that. This was the cruel rule of the big world. Anyone could easily disappear from this world. No matter what your identity or position was, as long as there was a chance you would be killed. Anyone could die. Only after one had truly grasped the power could one ensure one's own life. However, the actions of this group of people also allowed Li Zongjio to be in a safer environment. After all, Li Zongjio had already shown his face in front of the second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance. When the second leader returned, he would definitely post Li Zongjio's portrait everywhere and use the power of the Sky Fiend Alliance to find Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio had the indefinite ring. This was true. If the Sky Fiend Alliance could not get it, they would definitely not let it fall into Li Zongjio's hands so easily. However, he did not expect to be killed on the way back. Even if he wanted to go back and report, it was impossible. The pitiful second leader of the Sky Fiend Alliance was a well-known figure in Red Spirit City. However, he did not expect to end up in such a state. As for the Thousand Moon Sect Master, who had secretly returned to the city, naturally, she would not expose Li Zongjio's secret so easily. After all, Li Zongjio could be said to have saved her twice. An enemy's enemy was also a friend. Perhaps Li Zongjio would become a secret weapon used by the Thousand Moon Sect to deal with the Sky Fiend Alliance. This time, it could be said that she had missed out on this treasure by a long shot. The Thousand Moon Sect Master could sense that this item was probably not suitable for her. If she continued to force it, there would definitely be problems. This was not because she was afraid. Instead, it had a lot to do with the great path that the Thousand Moon Sect Master cultivated. After experiencing a few crises, she understood that this item was not something that she could possess. If she forced it, it would only bring disaster. In the forest, Li Zongjio used the rune net in his hand to kill close to 30 demons. At this time, he had already encountered an extremely elite team. This team's strength was not inferior at all. They were all innate level 6 experts. Clearly, they were very experienced in hunting demons. We are very interested in the sword in your hand. Leave the sword behind and you can leave. The 5 of them surrounded Li Zongjio. This was because the unparalleled sword in Li Zongjio's hand was transformed from the indefinite ring. Moreover, it had the additional attribute of slaying demons. Therefore, with one strike of the sword, the fighting strength of these demons would rapidly decrease. It was precisely because they had their eyes on the sword in Li Zongjio's hand that this team of experts was prepared to snatch the sword away from him. They were experts in slaying demons. Now that they saw the weapon in Li Zongjio's hand, they wanted to obtain it even more. "You want my sword?" Li Zongjio looked at the people in front of him. Then he said slowly, "You'd better think carefully. If you leave now, it's still not too late." Even Li Zongjio did not know where these people's confidence came from. At the same time, the group of people in front of him was extremely surprised by Li Zongjio's confidence. "Looks like you're very confident. I've resumed the update. Sorry for the long wait. I'll update properly." Chapter 16:25. There was obvious mockery in the eyes of the 5 people. They looked at Li Zongjio and Honglong. It was like a rabbit surrounded by a group of eagles. There was nowhere to run. It was better to be obedient. At least he could stay here happily. Hong Long knew Li Zongjiu's strength. Therefore, in his heart, he was not worried about not being able to escape at all. However, these people's strength was obviously not weak, so he also needed to protect himself. Otherwise, if Li Zongjiu was not careful and did not see him, he would be in trouble. After all, he was not as strong as Li Zongjiu. Since you don't want to call him out, there's no point in talking. Let's do it. At the command, everyone started to move. In an instant, the 5 people's attacks were like a thunderbolt. They directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also rushed towards them with the unparalleled sword, which was transformed from the amorphous ring. 1 against 5. Soon, these people realized that Li Zongjiu's strength was above theirs. If this continued, they would be defeated by Li Zongjiu. Release the tiger tally, the leader of the other party said. 2 of them took out a pair of tokens and put them together. Instantly, the tokens in their hands released light. A strong wave was released from the tiger tally. All of a sudden, Li Zongjiu felt a very familiar fluctuation. Then he saw a fallen tribe's tiger-headed warlord appear in front of him. It seemed to be summoned from the tiger tally. Boom! The tiger-headed warlord landed on the ground and immediately released a terrifying wave. It held a pair of warhammers in both hands. Li Zongjiu was completely shocked. Logically speaking, the fallen clan should not have been wiped out. Even their own beast god temple should have been destroyed by the ape clan's experts. But now there was another powerhouse from the fallen race. Li Zongjiu was also very familiar with his aura. However, Li Zongjiu soon felt relieved. There was nothing strange about this. Naturally, there are many things that could happen here. Even many things that were impossible could happen here. Therefore, it was not strange to see a tiger-head general of the fallen race in front of him. In comparison, the tiger-headed general in front of him seemed to have a pure bloodline. I didn't expect to meet an old rival. It does feel a little surreal. Li Zongjiu chuckled. What old opponent? This is a fallen tiger talisman. It can summon a fallen general. With this, it seems like he's already at innate level 8. Hong Long could not believe that Li Zongjiu could still laugh. What was the situation in front of him? He had to kill this guy quickly. I heard that the warlord summoned by the fallen tiger talisman will not rest until he's dead. He can even chase you to the ends of the earth. If he doesn't kill you, he'll definitely not rest. Hong Long could not help but say, "Leave it to me." Li Zongjiu sneered. He could say that he had fought with the fallen race before. His opponent's fallen battle chi happened to be restrained by his chaotic energy. If it were someone else, they might really be beaten down by the fallen clan's tiger-headed warlord. But when facing Li Zongjiu, these guys had no chance. The fallen battle chi of my tiger-headed warlord is enough to restrain any origin energy. Kid die. The team in front of him seemed to be very confident in their tiger-headed warlord. Li Zongjiu used his mind to turn the indefinite ring into a ring. After putting it on, his figure flashed, and he quickly charged towards the tiger-headed warlord. When this figure appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. The tiger-headed warlord also charged towards him. Its aura shook the sky. The power that appeared on its arms seemed to be able to easily overturn a mountain. The tiger-headed warlord roared and smashed its twin hammers towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also raised his hands abruptly. Boom! His hands grasped the falling hammers tightly. What? That kid can actually withstand the hammers? When the pair of hammers fell, the force behind them was at least tens of millions of tons. Even a level 9 innate realm expert might not be able to withstand it. The tiger-headed warlord was their trump card. Unexpectedly, it did not seem to be able to affect Li Zongjiu at all. Li Zongjiu's chaotic power erupted. Then he directly threw the hammers to the side. His fist was already smashing towards the tiger-headed warlord's head. Boom! The tiger-headed warlord was pushed back more than 10 steps. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Then the tiger-headed warlord's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although he was sealed in the tiger tally, he still had his own intelligence and thoughts. It was just that this thought was not so strong. As a member of the Fallen Clan, it was very humiliating to be pushed back by a human's fist. After feeling humiliated, the tiger-headed warlord's combat power instantly surged. A series of heavy punches rained down on Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also used his body movement to dodge some of the attacks. However, when some attacks came, Li Zongjiu also used his own strength to resist them. He even chose to compete with his opponent in terms of strength. The battle between the two sides could be said to be quite heroic. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the sky was falling and the earth was rending. At this moment, the 5 people who had released the tiger tally were completely stunned when they saw the scene. They stared at each other with eyes wide open. The shock in their eyes was simply indescribable. It turned out that when they had fought Li Zongjiu just now, it was entirely because the latter had shown mercy. Otherwise, with such combat power, they could have been taken down easily. They might have even been beaten to death. At this moment, they even wanted to summon the tiger-headed warlord back and escape as soon as possible. Now that the tiger-headed warlord could not take down Li Zongjiu, if Li Zongjiu freed himself and defeated the tiger-headed warlord, they would have to deal with him next. Faced with Li Zongjiu's terrifying combat power, how long could they resist him? Bam! Li Zongjiu's small and skinny body immediately knocked the tiger-headed warlord to the ground. At the same time, his punch also caused the tiger-headed warlord to explode instantly. The tiger-headed warlord turned into a wave of depraved power and returned to the tiger tally. This was considered a defeat. If they wanted to reactivate the tiger-headed warlord, they would have to inject a large amount of soul beans into the tiger tally. However, this was no longer a matter of the tiger-headed warlord, but of their own lives. Chapter 16:26. The tiger-headed warlord that they had been relying on, the fierce general of the Fallen Clan, had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu with a single punch. Therefore, the 5 of them had already realized how powerful Li Zongjiu was. This tiger tally is not bad. It can be exchanged for a life. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He waved his hand. 2 unparalleled swords appeared. The unparalleled swords instantly condensed and moved. The threatening power released from the unparalleled swords was also quite strong. They were directly aimed at the 5 people in front of him. Judging from the strength that Li Zongjiu had shown just now, it was indeed not difficult for him to kill the 5 of them. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's words were already very obvious. If they used the tiger tally in their hands to exchange for a life, only one of them would not die. However, the rest of them could still be killed by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, these people all became nervous. They looked at each other. One of them threw the tiger tally in his hand out. Li Zongjiu caught the tiger tally in his hand. He felt the power that permeated from it. It was indeed the aura of the Fallen Clan. The familiar Fallen Clan obviously existed in the macro world as well. Even the history of the Shungu continent was not worth mentioning in the macro world. The two were not on the same level at all. It was precisely because of his familiarity with the Fallen Clan and the tiger-headed warlord summoned by the tiger tally that Li Zongjiu also kept it with him. It should be something that the other party used to save his life. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to hand it over. This was equivalent to taking a gamble. If Li Zongjiu took all their weapons and then came to kill them, they would accept it. They only hoped that Li Zongjiu would keep his promise. You can go. Li Zongjiu pointed at the person who threw the tiger tally and said, "We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Lord, please let us go. This tiger tally is a token of respect." That person did not leave. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjiu. At least there was still room for negotiation. Therefore, he was also thinking if he could fight for a chance. Saving his life was the most important thing. Sure, You can live as long as you take out something to pay for your life. Li Zongjio said, if he killed these people, he would only be able to obtain a few soul beans. Everything they had on them would disappear. Sometimes, some strong-willed people would rather die than hand over their things. Most of them were afraid of death. If there was a chance, they would rather Li Zongjio spare their lives. They exchanged glances with each other. It seemed to be trying to escape. However, no one could guarantee that Li Zongjio didn't have the strength to kill them all. Although it was possible that he wouldn't kill them, it was also very likely that he would. This made them very worried. Even if there was a slight possibility, they didn't dare to take the risk. If they weren't careful, they would die immediately. Who would be willing to take this risk? It was better to hand over their things obediently and beg Li Zongjio to spare their lives. As long as it wasn't a bloodthirsty person, such experts would let them live. This was because even if you were strong today, you might meet someone stronger than you in the future. No matter who was here, they were not free to do as they wished. Therefore, if they left a way out today, it might be helpful tomorrow. However, it was hard to say what kind of person they would meet. It all depended on luck. At least to the 5 of them, Li Zongjio was a rational person. I am willing to hand over all the demons I've killed to Lord, in exchange for the lives of the remaining 4. The leader plucked up his courage and said, he even wanted to make such a deal because he wanted to take a gamble. This thing can be transferred. Li Zongjio asked curiously. The person he was asking was Hong Long, who was beside him. Yes, it can be transferred. As long as the other party's signatories agree, it can be transferred. Hong Long explained. How many did you kill? Li Zongjio asked. If you only killed 1 or 2, why would I make a deal with you? 58. The leader of the group said. He didn't try to hide anything. After all, this thing couldn't be deceived. Li Zongjio was slightly surprised. How could they kill so many? He only killed slightly more than 30. These people actually killed more than 50. However, when there were more people, teamwork was indeed more advantageous. Li Zongjio needed to kill them one by one. However, this small team could kill a few in an instant. Indeed, they needed a team to be able to do it so easily. Li Zongjio was also thinking that he should recruit some subordinates. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to earn enough soul beans to increase his strength if he was alone? 58. I'll allow you to change 3 people. Pick one of them to die. Li Zongjio said. Originally, attacking Li Zongjio would lead to certain death. Even Li Zongjio could complete it. If he didn't care about these things and directly killed you, what could you do? Although Li Zongjio wouldn't get anything, you would lose everything. It was obvious who would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, according to what Li Zongjio said, they did not have a choice either. They weren't even allowed to refuse. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The other party was also very clear. Although Li Zongjio looked amiable, just from the aura when he beat up the tiger-headed warlord, they knew that Li Zongjio was definitely not a kind person. He wasn't someone that ordinary people could withstand. He could easily crush your head. Sir, please give us a chance. Let us gather 80 demons and offer them to you. The other party gritted his teeth and said, this was a very excessive request. It was even equivalent to challenging Li Zongjio's bottom line. Li Zongjio clearly didn't look like a fool. If he gave them a chance to subdue demons, wouldn't that be giving them a chance to escape? Oh, sure, leave your soul imprints here. Gather 80 demons, and I'll release all of you. Li Zongjio said. Collecting soul imprints was something that Li Zongjio could do easily. Their expressions changed slightly. If they gave their soul imprints to Li Zongjio, it was equivalent to becoming Li Zongjio's slave, unless they knew a secret technique that allowed them to directly cut off their soul. In that case, it was equivalent to sacrificing their cultivation to achieve such a goal. This was also a very good method for them. After all, they still had a way to survive. Coincidentally, There were some among them who knew this secret technique, which allowed them to part with their souls. But it was a pity. This was a very good idea. If Li Zongjio didn't have the soul-splitting ring, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. But now that these people had handed over their soul imprints, Li Zongjio had placed them on the soul-splitting ring. In an instant, these people's souls were all bound, unless you completely erased your own soul. In that way, they would be able to gain freedom and not be controlled by Li Zongjio. But this was equivalent to death. There was nothing to say. Chapter 16:27. Their original plan was to sacrifice a little of their soul energy to deceive Li Zongjio. However, this method did not seem to work. After their soul imprints were taken away by Li Zongjio, they seemed to have been placed in an extremely mysterious place. This thing used a powerful force to connect the souls of the 5 of them through the soul bridge. In an instant, this force was born. The expressions of the 5 changed. "Oh no, our souls!" "Oh, this Dharma treasure has such an effect." Li Zongjio was also surprised to discover that this soul distraction ring seemed to have an effect. In order to refine one's own great Tao incarnation, one did not need to cultivate slowly. Instead, one needed to directly seize the souls of others and integrate them into the soul distraction ring. Through the soul distraction ring's refinement, it would condense into Li Zongjio's soul energy. Li Zongjio could not use this soul energy. However, he could use this soul energy to directly condense a great Tao incarnation. This method could save Li Zongjio a lot of trouble. Li Zongjio also liked this function very much. "Looks like your little tricks are not working. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't complete it in 3 days, I'll directly take your souls." Li Zongjio sneered. What were these people thinking? How could he not know that these tricks were left behind by him in the past? Young people nowadays had not improved at all. The 5 of them were sullen because they could already feel that their soul energy had been completely controlled by Li Zongjio. This should not have happened. It was all because Li Zongjio had such a Dharma treasure in his hands. Therefore, these people had no way to resist. They had fallen into Li Zongjio's trap. Li Zongjio and Honglong left immediately. There were still more than 20 fiendish demons left. He could just leave them all to these people. Towards the end, the number of demonic beasts decreased. It would take a lot of time and effort to snatch these demonic beasts away. Li Zongjio and Yi Zichen left immediately. However, there were 5 people in the remaining elite team. They all looked at each other in dismay. "He has a magical treasure in his hand that completely sealed our soul power," the malnourished man among the 5 said. He really couldn't be blamed for something like this. Who would have thought that Li Zongjio would possess such a treasure? "What should we do now? What else can we do? We've lost this time. However, this person doesn't look like someone who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. Let's gather the demons first." When it came to this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This was truly the legendary case of losing the bride and losing the army after the hatchet. This kind of heaven-defying loss wasn't something that just anyone could do. Li Zongjio took Honglong and casually found a relatively remote and quiet place to rest for a while. Just these few days of hunting fiendish demons had already made Li Zongjio feel a little tired. This place wasn't as good as the Shungu continent. The consumption of energy was also completely different. The consumption was even greater than in the lower realms. If we want to create a guild, do we have to follow some rules and restrictions? Li Zongjio asked. Honglong nodded. Of course. If you want to obtain a guild creation token, you have to go through the Tower of Trials. There's a chance you'll get a guild creation token. Of course, you can also buy it with soul beans. However, I heard that a guild creation token costs at least 50,000 soul beans. 50,000 soul beans. Li Zongjio sucked in a breath of cold air. He could only exchange for a few thousand soul beans for a single pill, a mere guild creation token cost 50,000 soul beans. It was truly too expensive. Not only do you need a guild creation token, but you also need a place to establish your guild. Once you have a guild creation token, you can recruit guild members and collect guild fees from them. As long as your guild develops, well, you'll be able to make a lot of money. Li Zongjio finally understood. With a guild creation token, one wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. In fact, one wouldn't even need to earn money. As long as the guild members were all present, or even more so, one would be able to collect a considerable amount of guild fees. Just these soul beans would be enough to feed one. This was a chance to quickly make a fortune. Therefore, Li Zongjio was very interested. Then, if I get a guild creation token, can I sell it? Li Zongjio suddenly thought. Of course you can. Many people are buying it, Honglong said. Honglong said, obviously, using the guild building token to generate profits was a very good method. One thing that could be guaranteed was that after you had established a guild, you would be able to obtain the guild building token. Once you established a guild creation token, the guild members would definitely not betray you. They wouldn't stab you in the back. Because of these rules, in this great world where there was no trust at all, a guild creation token was extremely important. The possibility of obtaining a guild creation token from a Tower of Trials was simply too low. Therefore, Li Zongjio needed to use other methods to obtain a guild creation token. If he sold the distraction ring, he would probably be able to get 10 or so guild creation tokens. However, Li Zongjio wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The stray soul ring could create a great Tao incarnation for Li Zongjio. With this Tao avatar, it could immediately give Li Zongjio an extra life. Who wouldn't want such a benefit? In fact, he even felt like he was cultivating twice as fast. If he placed this Tao avatar in a spiritual pool to cultivate, when he succeeded in cultivating, he could merge the two into one. This would allow Li Zongjio to obtain great power. Originally, this power could only be obtained after reaching the Lord of Heaven Realm. However, Li Zongjio had obtained it and obtained this power in advance. This was a good opportunity. Li Zongjio would definitely not let it go. Just as Li Zongjio and Honglong were resting in the mountains, suddenly, two figures landed in front of them. They seemed to be fighting, one chasing and the other escaping. Where are you running to, you little devil? How dare you kill my guild members? I will definitely kill you. The one being chased was a girl in black. Hearing the words of the person behind her, the girl in black turned around and sneered. A group of lustful people. So what if I killed them? What can you do? The girl in black said arrogantly. Li Zongjio looked at the scene in front of him and thought of a plan. Can I just snatch the guild creation token? Chapter 16:28. Could they snatch it? Speaking of this question, there were indeed people who had studied it. Generally speaking, they could not snatch it. This was because the guild creation token could only be used once. Since the faction had already been established, it meant that the guild creation token had already been used. In theory, it should have been used up. However, the daily maintenance of the faction required the guild creation token. Of course, the token itself would not be called the guild creation token, but something else. But there was a way. After establishing the faction leader would be replaced. In a faction, the faction leader usually had the highest authority. Basically, whatever he said was law. Therefore, it was difficult for the people in the faction to usurp the position. Unless they worked with outsiders to kill the faction leader, then the second faction leader, who was the deputy faction leader, would automatically become the official faction leader. After becoming the official faction leader, the position of the faction leader would be clear. There was also a situation where an outsider could directly kill the guild master and force him to hand over the position of guild master. In this case, the outsider could directly own a guild and wouldn't need a guild establishment token or something like that. They just needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Of course, this was a good idea. Being able to become the leader of a gang He definitely did not have an undeserved reputation. If you could directly defeat the faction leader and force him to hand over the position of the faction leader to you, why would you need to do this? It was not difficult to get a guild creation token. Therefore, in general, this kind of behavior was relatively rare. If you had no other way, you could just take care of the faction leader immediately. The entire gang will come to deal with you. When the time comes, you'll know what it means to have no place for me in this vast world. After listening to Hong Long's explanation, Li Zongjio nodded. It did make some sense when he put it that way. Originally, he wanted to simply snatch the guild creation token from the faction and use it directly. This would save him a lot of trouble. For Li Zongjio to defeat the faction and take the position of the faction leader, it would be a very complicated matter. There were too many uncertainties. Therefore, Li Zongjio thought that it would be better to just buy a piece. It would save him a lot of trouble. You call yourself the leader of the Green Gang with that level of cultivation? You can't even catch me. The black-clothed demoness in front also turned around and mocked the people behind her. But Li Zongjio? He saw it. The woman in black was going to be in big trouble. The other party had already set up a trap and was just waiting for the woman in black to jump into it. However, Li Zongjio heard something that piqued his interest. How strong is this Qing gang? Li Zongjio asked. Hong Long seemed to be searching his mind for any information regarding the Qing gang. Soon, he recalled everything that was related to it. Qing gang is a newly established gang. It's ranked in the top 50, and it doesn't seem to have a lot of manpower. Hong Long said, Then let's start with the Qing gang. They're all here anyway. Li Zongjio thought. Then he followed them carefully. He no longer cared about the matter of hunting magical beasts. In any case, there was an elite team that hunted magical beasts for him. Naturally, he was very relaxed. When the time came, he could directly obtain the number of magical beasts killed by these people and easily obtain the rewards. As for sympathizing with them, they should spare some. There was no need for that. Although they wanted to rob Li Zongjio, after having been out for so long, Li Zongjio had never been at a disadvantage. It was already a great blessing to be able to keep their lives. What else did they want? The woman in black suddenly realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be some strange elemental energy fluctuations around her. All of a sudden, the black-clothed woman crashed into a wall of elemental energy and bounced back. Not good. The woman in black's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of horror. She saw 3 figures appear in front of her, blocking her way. At the same time, a few extremely hidden nets appeared in the void. Skynet. The woman in black's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The cost of making this sky net was not cheap. The other party must have wanted to take her down by making this thing. Moreover, it took a certain amount of time to set up this sky net. It could only be said that the other party had already set up this trap and was waiting for her to come. That's right, this is the sky net. Your freedom movement is very powerful, but in front of this sky net, you have no chance to escape. In fact, the leader of the Qing gang had already had a chance to catch up with the woman in black. But even if he caught up with her, it would be very difficult to catch her with such a skillful freedom movement. Instead, she would seize the opportunity to escape again. Therefore, he had been waiting here for an opportunity. Through the gang's order, he had sent out the message in advance so that they could be prepared first. Now, he had finally forced the other party into this trap. You guys actually used such a trick on a weak woman like me. The woman in black was obviously very angry, but at the same time, she was also looking for an opportunity to escape. But now that she was surrounded by 4 people, it was harder to escape than climbing the sky. You demoness, you killed more than 20 people of the Qing gang, and you have the nerve to call yourself a weak woman. If you obediently hand over the Freedom Movement secret manual, I can consider sparing your life, the leader of the Qing gang said. Of course, this was nonsense. Once you handed over the Freedom Movement secret manual, you would have no value to speak of. If the other party wanted to kill you, it would be a piece of cake. Even a child would not be fooled. However, the woman in black had a pitiful look in her eyes. She looked at the leader of the Qing gang in front of her. Is what you said true? My carefree body movement technique is in this spiritual pearl. Release the inescapable net first. Then I will give you the spiritual pearl, the woman in black said. After releasing the sky net, she would be able to use her freedom movement secret manual more easily. She would be able to move freely between heaven and earth in an instant. Then it would be harder to catch her. But the other party was not a fool. He would not let her go just because she said so. Of course, he would not let her go. The leader of the Qing gang shook his head. Give me the freedom movement secret manual first. After I see it clearly, I will let you go. I swear in the name of the leader of the Qing gang. You should believe me now, right? Otherwise, you can only take your freedom movement secret manual with you and go to Wuji. Chapter 16:29. The words of the leader of the Qing gang were 30% incitement and 70% threat. He was clearly telling her that she had no choice. If she dared to say anything, there would be nothing left to say. He would just kill her. She was talking so much nonsense. She definitely didn't have any good intentions. I'll definitely kill you. Otherwise, if I let you go, you will definitely become a threat in the future. The best way to deal with you is to get rid of you right now. All right then. I hope you can keep your promise. The girl in black said weakly. At the same time, she threw the spiritual pearl in her hand to the leader of the Qing gang. The leader of the Qing gang was already full of smiles. Once he got his hands on this thing, he would definitely gain great strength. The carefree body technique. In this world, it could at least be ranked in the top 100 body techniques. Who wouldn't want such a top-notch body technique? Whether it was killing or escaping, it was second to none. Everyone wanted to get it. Originally, the leader of the Qing gang didn't have a share of such a treasure. However, he was lucky. Who would have thought that he would meet this girl in the wilderness? Since she had mastered the legendary carefree body technique, of course, he had to take this girl down. The latter happened to be looking for the demon group. However, it seemed that she didn't live in the main city of Red Soul. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have dared to kill so many people of the Qing gang. Just as he was about to grab the spiritual bead suddenly shook and turned into 3 rays of light. With the appearance of these 3 rays of light, a terrifying explosion instantly attacked. When this wave of spiritual energy hit him, he didn't even have time to react. It directly blasted the leader of the Qing gang away. Leader! The subordinates saw that their leader was sneakily attacked by this demoness with a pearl. It's the ice blast pearl. His subordinates also exclaimed one after another. The leader of the Qing gang was instantly hit by the power of frost released by the ice blast pearl. His whole body was frozen. Seeing this, the girl in black instantly turned into a shadow. Her figure quickly turned in the air and rushed towards the 3 people of the Qing gang in the blink of an eye. The 3 people of the Qing gang opened the sky net in their hands. In an instant, they fell towards the girl in black. The surrounding space seemed to have been restricted as well. At the same time, a strong sense of oppression assaulted her, making it difficult for the black-clothed girl to resist this power. Xiao Yao body art! The black-clothed young lady's body seemed to have transformed into thousands of clones. She continued to attack the terrifying net around her. The energy fluctuations in the surroundings suddenly became chaotic. The spatial pressure released by the heavens net was actually shattered by the girl's kick. The inescapable net could form an extremely terrifying pressure that could turn the space around you into a prison. That way, it would be difficult for you to escape from it. In the end, it will directly crush you. However, before this kind of power formed, if they could find the weakest point of the net and rush out, they would at least have a chance of survival. Now, the black-clothed girls, thousands of figures were attacking precisely for this opportunity. When this move appeared, it was filled with countless variations. Boom! Finally, she found the weakest point. Immediately, the black-clothed girl launched an attack at the weakest point of the net. This was because if she did not hurry, the leader of the Qing gang would break through the seal of the ice blast pearl. At that time, with the leader of the Qing gang attacking, it would be a very dangerous matter. She had to dodge. Bang! The weakest point of the inescapable net was kicked away by the black-clothed girl in a row. Finally, she rushed out. Seeing this, the 3 Qing gang experts' faces changed. They did not expect the girl to be so strong. This Xiao Yao body art was really too powerful. Not only did it have such speed, but it also had such a powerful force. It was no wonder that this Xiao Yao body art was ranked in the top 100 in the macro world. In terms of body art, it was definitely very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that the latter's cultivation was only at innate level 7, he would have killed all of them if he had displayed such strength. The black-clothed girl seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. She hurriedly swallowed an elixir and quickly fled into the distance. Bang! At this moment, the leader of the Qing gang finally broke free from the thick layer of frost. Set up the array and kill her. Don't leave her alive. At this moment, the leader of the Qing gang understood that it was almost impossible to get the girl to hand over the item. Since that was the case, he might as well kill her directly to avoid any more trouble. He did not care at all whether he could get the Xiao Yao body art or not. It was his fortune to get this item, but it was his fate to lose it. It was better than this demoness coming to find him in the future and then killing everyone in the Qing gang. Therefore, this order was quite clear. They had to take the girl's life. The black-clothed girl knew that things were not good. Once these people had the intention to kill, it would be really difficult to escape. Boom! 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 3 of the Green Gang's experts unleashed their sword chi, instantly surrounding the ladder. The black-clothed girl did not have any chance to escape. She did not have enough strength. After all, the 3 Qing gang experts were all at level 7 innate realm. The leader of the Qing gang was at level 8 innate realm. The difference in strength was too great. It was hard to resist. The black-clothed girl was hit by a ray of sword chi. She could no longer run and fell to the ground with a boom. It was too horrible to look at. Fortunately, she was wearing an inner armor with good defense. Otherwise, the sword chi just now would have pierced through the black-clothed girl's stomach. Li Zongjiu, who was far away, naturally heard these people's conversation. At the same time, he also knew that the black-clothed girl seemed to have something amazing in her hands. That was why she was met with such an unexpected disaster. He was also very curious as to what kind of treasure it was. The black-clothed girl was once again surrounded by a few rays of sword chi. Her body was also severely injured. It was hard to escape. Only at this moment did the black-clothed girl's heart finally give up. This time, she had really gone too far. Azure Sky Fang's sword chi. The leader of the Qing gang had extremely strong combat strength. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of the Qing gang. Just the gang establishment token alone was worth a lot of money. Therefore, to be able to establish a gang, his strength was naturally not simple. It was naturally difficult for the black-clothed girl to withstand the sword chi. But just as the sword was about to fall, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked the sword chi. Only a back view could be seen. Holding a sword with one hand, it blocked all of the sword chi from earlier. Chapter 1630. Li Zongjiu held his sword with one hand and smashed the opponent's sword chi to pieces. He stood in front of the girl in black. So handsome. When the black-clothed girl saw Li Zongjiu in front of her, her eyes suddenly lit up. It was mainly because Li Zongjiu had appeared and saved her. Otherwise, the black-clothed girl wouldn't have cared about Li Zongjiu. She treated him as a passerby. Who are you? How dare you work for the Qing gang? When the other party saw Li Zongjiu appear and another Qingyaojin, they immediately confronted Li Zongjiu and Honglong originally. A black-clothed girl was already enough to make them flustered. They did not expect another top expert to appear. They could not help but be vigilant. Han Long did not need to appear. He could just hide in the distance. Even if he came out, he would only be courting death. Sorry to disturb you. Either you hand over your gang or you die. Li Zongjio held his sword with one hand and pointed it at the leader of the Qin gang. Immediately, the leader of the Qin gang was stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear wrong? Are you asking me to hand over the position of the leader? The Qin gang's eyes were filled with mockery. They were mocking Li Zongjio for overestimating himself. If the position of the leader could be taken down so easily, he would not need to be the leader. You can take care of the other three? Li Zongjio said to the girl in black behind him. The girl in black was stunned. Ah, you can't handle it alone? You want me to take action? The girl in black did not expect Li Zongjio to not have many trump cards. Did he want her to fight with him? Since he wanted to be the hero to save the damsel in distress, he should have just made a move and killed them all. Now he even needed her to make a move. It was simply too embarrassing. She did not even want to talk to Li Zongjio. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Luckily, there was such a mysterious helper. If he refused to help, he would definitely be hunted down by the Qin gang. I can only hold on for 15 minutes. It's impossible to kill them, but I still have the ability to escape. The black-clothed girl said. Li Zongjio also admired the black-clothed girl's face. It was as if it was a matter of course for him to take action now. But since there was something to talk about, it was fine. Then let's switch. You block this one, and I'll kill the other three. Li Zongjio said. The black-clothed girl thought for a while and finally nodded. Her free movement technique was easier to deal with when facing a person. At the very least, she still had a great chance. It would be troublesome if there were too many of them. The two of you are truly condescending. When the four members of the Qin gang saw Li Zongjio and the black-clothed girl discussing how to deal with them in front of them, they were shocked. They did not take them seriously at all. Obviously, this Li Zongjio was too arrogant. I'll let you have a taste of my green sky fong sword. The three of you form a battle formation and skin that brat for me, the leader of the Qin gang said. Since they were so arrogant, he would let them have a good look at the true strength of the Qin gang. They definitely lived up to their reputation. In the future, the Qin gang would definitely become one of the top 10 gangs in the Scarlet Spirit City. Yes, leader. The three of them were the backbone of the Qin gang. Naturally, they would listen to the leader's orders. After the leader gave the order, they did not hesitate and resolutely carried it out. The three of them directly rushed towards Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio also rushed towards the three of them. The three of them were all innate level 7, about the same strength as Li Zongjio. Now that they exploded, they formed 3 terrifying auras and surrounded Li Zongjio. Sword formation. In addition, when the members of the gang fought together, they would be in a state of fighting strength. Therefore, at this moment, when the three of them joined forces, they were at least equivalent to an innate level 9 expert. Even if it was an innate level 9, they would be able to temporarily suppress them. Li Zongjio did not hesitate and summon the tiger-headed war general that he had repaired earlier. Li Zongjio's thinking was different from the others. Others might feel sorry for their soul beings and would not be willing to waste them to repair the tiger talisman. In fact, he would only release the tiger tally at the very last moment. Li Zongjio's thinking was naturally different. If he did not use such a good thing, wouldn't it be a waste? Perhaps this tiger-headed war general could bring him more benefits and allow Li Zongjio to recoup his losses in a shorter period of time. Soul beans could be earned back after spending them. However, if this person was gone, it would really be gone. Moreover, these people would run away. When the tiger-headed war general appeared, the atmosphere of the scene changed instantly. The atmosphere was extremely subtle. The 3 experts of the Qin gang were stunned when they saw this. However, the tiger-headed war general was so fierce that it did not even consider why it was here. Its mind was only filled with Li Zongjiu's order to tear the people in front of it to shreds. Immediately, the tiger-headed war general's figure rushed out. It blocked two of the three. Li Zongjiu rode on his sword. The real unparalleled sword attacked continuously in the form of a sword. Li Zongjiu grasped the sword formed by the indefinite ring in his hand and exploded with extremely fierce sword qi. The Qin gang's master was forced to retreat. Originally, the black-clothed girl had thought that it would be better to just run away from the beginning. After all, she was facing the Qin gang's leader alone. If she went all out and paid a small price, she would be able to escape. After all, she did not know if Li Zongjiu was really that fierce to be able to block so many people. If this guy was bragging, she would be in trouble. In the end, she would not be able to escape. However, now it seemed that Li Zongjiu's strength was not bad. This guy that he had suddenly summoned seemed to be able to fight. She did not have a good impression of the Qin gang. Now that she had the chance, of course, she would teach them a lesson. You're in for a bad time. My helper is a first-class fighter in Crimson Soul City. Once he starts, he won't stop until he kills all the enemies. The black-clothed girl continued to add oil to the fire. By distracting the Qin gang's leader, she would have more opportunities to delay more time so that Li Zongjiu could get rid of the three people quickly. Then they would join forces to deal with the Qin gang's leader? This problem would be easier to solve. Do you think you can live until then? Fang's sword. Chapter 1631. He raised his hand, and a green sword appeared in his hand, accompanied by a murderous aura. You actually have a demonic weapon. When the black-clothed woman saw the cyan sword, her eyes flashed with a trace of shock, mainly because of the fang sword. The terrifying aura released from it was a demonic weapon. Immediately, the woman in black's eyes were filled with fear. A demonic weapon was similar to an immortal weapon, but in some aspects, a demonic weapon was more powerful and harder to resist. Hey, this guy has a demonic weapon. Hurry up and kill them to help me. The woman in black was naturally frightened. She didn't expect this guy to hide so well. If he was hit by the magic weapon, the injury would probably be irreparable. At that time, he would directly die. No one wanted to die just like that, facing the leader of Qin gang who had a demonic weapon. The woman in black didn't dare to be careless anymore. He displayed his free and unfettered body art. She reached a very mysterious state. Everywhere in the sky, there were shadows of the ladder, but in reality, there was not a single real body among these shadows. This was the special ability of the Xiao Yao body art. Otherwise, how could she, Du Xiaojia, rely on this move to roam the Jianghu for so long? Li Zongjiu took the time to look back. This so-called demonic weapon was indeed emitting a terrifying aura. It looked like a good thing. Li Zongjiu was also thinking in his heart that he had to get his hands on this good item. Even if he didn't use it, he could sell it in the future and exchange it for soul beans. This would be a good income. How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? The Qin gang's master was instantly displeased. You arrogant fellow, how dare you disregard my existence like this? One must know that he also wanted to save face. Who knew that Li Zongjiu dared to ignore him? He was a level 7 and 8, but Li Zongjiu really didn't care about him. Unparalleled sword. The unparalleled sword, which had been hiding its power all this time, suddenly exploded with a terrifying power. It directly blasted the person in front of him, causing the latter to retreat. Even the latter was astonished by the sudden increase in power. He had not expected such a situation to occur. He was a little flustered. Li Zongjiu also took advantage of the situation and threw out the sword in his hand. At the same time, he suddenly closed in on his opponent and threw a punch. It directly broke the latter's elemental energy defense with ease. Boom! When the elemental energy defense was shattered, the two peerless swords chopped off the elemental energy from the elemental energy defense. Shwa shwa! the sword Qi landed. This person didn't even have time to react when his arms were chopped off. When he did, his mouth was wide open in shock. No. My hand! My hand! With a panicked roar, Li Zongjio punched again, and the latter's head was directly smashed. This person didn't seem to have any treasures in his hands. Therefore, this punch completely ended the latter's life. Li Zongjio was better at close combat. Now that he had used his full strength, it could be said that he thought highly of him. Using a sword was just a cover for Li Zongjio's strength. It was to make it convenient for him to launch a surprise attack at such a time. After all, in such an unfamiliar environment, it would be too stupid to explode his full strength. He waved his hand and collected all the soul beans that the latter had dropped. At the same time, he quickly rushed toward the other two. The tiger-headed warrior was indeed a brave warrior of the fallen tribe. His strength was several times stronger than the termite demon queen. If Li Zongjio had met this guy back then, the entire sacred martial realm would have been destroyed. If an expert like the Black Sea Lord refused to take action, it would be troublesome. The entire world would be killed by the fallen tribe. Of course, if the fallen tribe had such strength, they wouldn't have been hunted down by the ape tribe. Speaking of the Black Sea Lord, Li Zongjio even suspected that the Black Sea Lord had come to this great world. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm in the lower realm. In fact, it was simply impossible because of the age of the medicinal ingredients. There was simply no way to have enough medicinal ingredients to concoct a better medicinal pill. There was also no stronger cultivation system. Even the inheritance of the demon clan might not have the ability to break through to the celestial realm. At most, it would be lingering in the innate realm. It was extremely difficult to break through to the celestial realm. Even Li Zongjio hadn't found a way to break through to the celestial realm after coming to this great world. He could only take one step at a time. He had to take the position of the faction leader first. Li Zongjio quickly displayed his strength again and killed the remaining two. Once again, he received close to 30 soul beans. However, it seemed that the tiger-headed warlord had overexerted himself. Li Zongjio didn't hesitate to put the soul beans he had just received into the tiger tally. Immediately, the tiger-headed warlord's strength was restored. It was more useful than a human. Why do I feel that this guy can still be upgraded? Li Zongjio looked at the tiger-headed warlord, who was full of fighting spirit, and suddenly had a premonition. He could clearly feel it. It was obvious that this wasn't the tiger-headed warlord's limit. If there were enough soul beans, it could help the tiger-headed warlord continue to improve its strength. It could at least reach the peak of the innate realm. This made Li Zongjio an unexpected discovery and gain. The group of people from before probably didn't have enough soul beans to improve the tiger-headed warlord's strength. However, Li Zongjio wouldn't waste such a good opportunity. However, the most important thing now was to get rid of the Green Gang's faction leader. He saw that 3 of his faction's core members had been killed. Even the Green Gang's faction leader couldn't take down the woman in black. At this moment, Li Zongjio had freed up his hands. This made the Green Gang's faction leader stunned. Immediately, a trace of anxiety flashed across his eyes. He wanted to escape at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late. Li Zongjio commanded the 2 swords and the tiger-headed warlord to attack. He didn't even talk nonsense. He attacked as soon as he got close. Boom! Powerful origin energy, fluctuations, pierced through the entire area. Fanged Ghost! A ray of light appeared around the Green Gang's faction leader. Then he threw out the sword in his hand. Instantly, the sword in his hand transformed into a fanged ghost. It had a green face and fangs. It was quite ferocious. Li Zongjio directly plucked the aura from the fanged ghost. Then it merged into the indefinite ring. Change! The unparalleled sword in his hand instantly transformed into a fanged sword. Chapter 1632. In Li Zongjio's hand, There was actually an identical fanged sword, and it could exert the same effect. It had the same momentum. Li Zongjie was just giving it a try. After all, the Fang sword seemed to be a real demonic weapon. It was on the same level as an immortal weapon. Even the unparalleled sword was only a half-step immortal weapon, not a real immortal weapon. Now, Li Zongjie easily copied the Fang sword. Not only was Li Zongjie surprised, but the leader of the Qin gang also widened his eyes when he saw this scene. How can it be? How can you have the Fang sword? The leader of the Qin gang exclaimed. However, Fang Ghost was able to tell the difference between the real deal and the fake one. He immediately reached out and slapped Li Zongjie. The girl in black was also quite surprised when she saw the Fang sword in Li Zongjie's hand. She didn't expect Li Zongjie to have so many tricks up his sleeve. After all, Li Zongjie's tricks were endless and quite powerful. Li Zongjie also activated the Fang sword in his hand, and the Fang ghost in it burst out instantly. The two Fang ghosts collided directly. With a boom, the aura vibrated and spread out continuously. The Fang ghosts kept colliding with each other. The movement of the battle was also earth-shattering. It has almost reached the celestial realm. This thing is so powerful. When he saw the leader of the Qin gang use the Fang sword, he thought that the power of the Fang sword was just ordinary. But now, after the fanged ghost strength erupted, they could clearly feel how terrifying the fanged sword's strength was. Obviously, the leader of the Qin gang didn't have enough strength to release the full power of the Fang sword. That was why such a situation happened. When the two Fang ghosts fought, Li Zongjie didn't waste any time and opportunity. He directly attacked the leader of the Qin gang with the tiger-headed warrior. After all, the indefinite ring was a duplicate of the same item, so it was hard to say when the other party would beat it to the point where it would be exposed. Therefore, at this time he must seize the opportunity to kill the person in front of him. The tiger-headed warrior swung the twin hammers in his hands. He smashed them toward the leader of the Qin gang's chest. Dong! With a loud bang, even the power that spread out from the collision had a kind of power that could destroy the sky, and it continued to vibrate continuously. The leader of the Qin gang retreated rapidly, was directly knocked back by the opponent. Green Mountain tactics, fighting under the clear sky, magic arsenal. The leader of the Qin gang saw the strength of Li Zongjie and the tiger-headed warrior. In addition, there was a girl in black who was eyeing him covetously. If he didn't use some magic treasures, there was no way he could defeat Li Zongjie. At the same time, the leader of the Qin gang had already felt the pressure from Li Zongjie. Immediately, a series of green beans flew out from the latter's sleeves. These green beans bounced a few times in the air and then directly transformed into the appearance of the leader of the Qin gang and appeared in front of Li Zongjie and the others. He directly activated the magic art and blasted toward Li Zongjie. Buddha's palm. Li Zongjie struck out with his palm, and the power in front of him exploded one after another. This leader of the Qin gang has a lot of treasures in his hands. Li Zongjie couldn't help but exclaim. Even the leader of the Qin gang was so difficult to deal with. If it was the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he would be even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Li Zongjie couldn't be too careless. Otherwise, he might really be taken care of by the other party. The girl in black also joined the battle. She kicked the figures formed by the green beans into pieces. Bang! 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 I'll deal with these doppelgangers. You go and deal with him. The girl in black said. Li Zongjie didn't hesitate at all. Under such circumstances, he directly left the battle circle and charged toward the leader of the Qin gang again, the unparalleled sword in his hand, surrounded by the power of ice and fire, easily pushed back the figures in front of him. Once again, he broke through the defense of the doppelgangers and came in front of the leader of the Qin gang. What? Seeing Li Zongjie come out, the leader of the Qin gang's face suddenly changed. The joint attack with the tiger-headed warrior seriously injured the leader of the Qin gang directly. The leader of the Qin gang fell from the sky to the ground. Li Zongjio also fell from the sky. With one punch, he broke one of the leader of the Qin gang's legs. The unparalleled sword was placed on the leader's neck. The cold, bone-piercing power of the sword made the leader of the Qin gang's face become filled with fear. "You, who exactly are you?" Such a top expert suddenly appeared. This person's strength was definitely not simple. How could it be such a coincidence that he met such an expert? He couldn't believe that this was a coincidence. Someone must have deliberately arranged this. Otherwise, how could such a situation occur? I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Either you hand over the leader's position or you die. Li Zongjio said indifferently. There was also a clear iciness in his eyes. He was clearly saying that he would not show any mercy to them. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't waste any more time and would kill him. Let's talk nicely. I can give you whatever you want. I can give you 100,000 soul beans, as long as you give me time. The leader of the Qin gang said hurriedly. However, Li Zongjio didn't seem to be moved. He just stared at the leader of the Qin gang with a cold gaze. "Do you know who I am? Commander Mishur of the Red Soul City is my uncle." In a moment of desperation, the leader of the Qin gang wanted to reveal his identity. At the very least, he wanted to use this to threaten the latter. If he took the leader's position, his uncle would definitely come looking for him. After all, he wouldn't have such a good chance to escape. It wasn't something that he could escape from just because he wanted to. As a commander of the Red Soul City, he had absolute strength. This wasn't a joke. He could easily deal with him. 3, 2, Li Zongjio raised the unparalleled sword in his hand. He was about to descend and chop off the leader's head. He didn't care about the consequences. As long as he got the leader's position, he could talk about the rest later. Commanders were amazing. If they dared to block Li Zongjio's path, they would be killed in one strike. What could you do? You were just so arrogant. There was no need to care too much about other things. If other factors could easily influence your decision, it would be difficult for you to succeed. In that case, it will be difficult for you to succeed. You won't even be able to do the simplest thing well. Therefore, if you wanted to do something well, you had to be completely focused and single-minded. Stop, I'll hand it over. Chapter 1633. The unparalleled sword was already pressed against the man's windpipe, and the surface of his skin was already cut open. In this way, the man in front of him felt a real threat. An aura of death involuntarily emerged from his body. If he had not spoken in time, Li Zongjio would have stabbed him with his sword. There was no room for regret. He broke out in a cold sweat. In this macro world, anything could happen and happen. Therefore, he did not doubt that Li Zongjio would kill him. After all, Li Zongjio did not look like he was afraid. Finally, the leader of the Qin gang took out a gang token. He erased the mark on it and handed it to Li Zongjio. "I'll give you the token and you'll spare my life." The guild building token. This was the legendary guild building token. Han Long had described to Li Zongjio what the guild building token looked like. Li Zongjio received the guild establishment token without any expression on his face. He didn't seem to be very excited either. It was his emotionless expression that made Han Long feel uneasy. He could not even imagine the background of Li Zongjio in front of him. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. He did not bring more people with him when he came out. Usually, after becoming the leader, he would hide in his gang's base to cultivate. After all, if there was any fighting, he only needed to send his subordinates out. He could hide safely in the city, cultivate and gain benefits. Why not do such a good thing? However, he had just established the Qin gang not long ago. When he heard that there were benefits to be gained, he came over. He did not expect to be killed by the girl in black. This made him very unhappy. Later, he found that the girl in black had the legendary carefree body movement. He was even more greedy and wanted to obtain the free and unfettered movement technique. The final outcome was obvious. It just so happened that it fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. Even if Li Zongjiu was being polite, he wouldn't let you off so easily, so he snatched your guild establishment token. When Li Zongjiu engraved his mind imprint on it, some additional information suddenly appeared in his mind. He was even able to see it in an extremely specific manner, looking at the additional information in front of his eyes. Gang members, gang activity. In addition to the contribution points of the gang members, there was also a column for hatred points. In this hatred point, there was also some recorded information. They were all enemies who had killed members of the Qin gang. The black-clothed girl was among them. Li Zongjiu was supposed to be one too. However, now that Li Zongjiu had become the leader of the Qin gang, the hatred from before had disappeared. Du Xiaojia was now ranked first. That was the black-clothed woman in front of him. This thing is quite useful. The existence of the guild establishment token really surprised Li Zongjiu. He even understood and felt clearly that this was the power of the macro world. It was the creativity of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. It was so terrifying. All these things appeared because of the will of the heavenly emperor powerhouse. Anything could appear this way just because he wanted it to be this way. It was unbelievable. Everything was just the will of the great emperor of the Xian Tian sect. Okay, I'm a man of my word, Li Zongjiu said. The latter used his own essence energy to reattach that broken leg of his. Li Zongjiu got his guild establishment token as he wished. He took over the entire Qin gang. Young man, don't blame me for not reminding you. The establishment of this gang is not my power. You've provoked a group of people you can't afford to provoke. After the leader of the Qin gang finished speaking, he immediately left. He summoned his Fang sword over. At the same time, his figure quickly disappeared into the sky. If you continue to stay here, Li Zongjiu might suddenly have a murderous intent and kill you directly. What can you do? Let him go just like that. The black-clothed woman said angrily. She just watched him escape. Thinking of how arrogant he was before, the black-clothed woman was quite angry. I have already gotten what I wanted, Li Zongjiu said. He was not a homicidal maniac. Sometimes, when he was unhappy with you, he might kill you directly. But sometimes, as long as he achieved his goal, there was no need to kill so many people. When your strength reached a certain level, you would have no enemies. Just like Li Zongjiu, if he returned to the Shungu continent, he would not have any enemies to speak of. In this macro world, enemies would always exist. You might even be targeted without even knowing it. Moreover, after killing you, soul beings would appear. These soul beings were the most direct benefits. Although it was a bit wasteful, some people liked it this way, and some people were forced to do it. Anything could happen. Li Zongjiu did it according to his heart. If it was necessary, he would kill the other party. But Du Xiaojia was a bit unhappy. After all, this person wanted to kill her just now. If she had not been lucky, she would not have had the chance to escape. Of course, it was also because Li Zongjiu had helped. If Li Zongjiu had not helped her, she would have been in a lot of trouble. You actually robbed a gang just like that? Amazing. Isn't the gang fun? Do you want me to be the deputy leader? Du Xiaojia saw that Li Zongjiu was a bit interesting. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was her savior. He had a lot of secrets. Sure, but you have to hand over your carefree body technique. Li Zongjiu said. There could only be one deputy leader. If Li Zongjiu died now, Du Xiaojia would directly become the leader. There was a reason why Li Zongjiu did not kill the Qin gang leader just now. It was because of this. If the guild building token had an emergency mechanism, after the original leader died and the guild building token changed hands, it would directly lock onto the deputy leader and erase the effect of the guild building token in Li Zongjiu's hands. Instead, it would be used on the deputy leader. Li Zongjiu's efforts would have been in vain. Hearing that Li Zongjiu was also thinking about her carefree body technique, Du Xiaojia immediately took a step back. Du Xiaojia took 2 steps back vigilantly. Don't even think about snatching my free and unfettered body art. I still have very powerful people above me, and my luck has always been very good. Chapter 1634. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to snatch it. However, to Li Zongjiu, it didn't matter if he had it or not. Hence, Li Zongjiu didn't care about it. If he bought it, it wouldn't be too expensive. Hence, he didn't force it. However, the Guild Creation Token was different. The Guild Creation Tablet was worth 500,000 soul beans. The benefits it could bring were uncountable. Hence, Li Zongjiu had to snatch it. Even if he had to kill some people, he had to do it. However, for the carefree Dharma body, Li Zongjiu was indeed very interested as he watched. However, one had to know that this thing was only ranked in the top 100. Hence, Li Zongjiu wasn't very interested in its value. If this thing could reach the top 10, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Du Xiaojia in front of him. Otherwise, you'll have to take the initiative to hand it over. Otherwise, death was the only way out for them. Li Zongjiu had always done things simply. Your movement technique is only ranked in the top 100. I'm not very interested. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said, if he could obtain this huge qin gang, for Li Zongjiu, it would be a great tool to increase his strength. He had to study this thing properly. Du Xiaojia also glanced left and right. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. How about this? I'll be friends with you. My name is Du Xiaojia. You can call me Miss Du. Du Xiaojia said generously. She actually extended her hand to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't be stingy. He shook her hand. Li Zongjiu. There was nothing wrong with telling her his name. If you have any problems in the future, come find me in Spirit Void City. It's not fun here. I'll leave first. Du Xiaojia didn't plan to stay here for long. After all, there were dangers all around. It was better to leave this place first. Li Zongjiu did not stop him. Spirit Void City? It was probably one of the main cities, but he didn't know how strong it was compared to the Crimson Soul City. When Hong Long saw the other party leave, he quickly showed himself and came to Li Zongjiu. How is it? Done? Hong Long was also pleasantly surprised. At the very least, he had seen Li Zongjiu snatch the token from the other party's body. Done. Do you want to join? Li Zongjiu looked at Hong Long and said. Hong Long did not expect Li Zongjiu to invite him to join the faction. He was so excited that he did not know what to do. Do I have the chance? Hong Long said, how do I add this in? Li Zongjiu didn't seem to understand how to use the guild establishment token. You just need to let the members drip a drop of blood on the guild establishment token. Hong Long said. Then he dripped a drop of blood on the guild establishment token. Immediately, a wave of energy came from the guild establishment token. In Li Zongjiu's mind, information about Hong Long appeared. Of course, it was just some basic information about his strength and contribution. He couldn't see anything else. After all, this was a faction, not some strange machine. Promote him to the deputy faction leader. Li Zongjiu held the guild establishment token in his hand and used his mind to control it. Suddenly, a ray of light came from the guild establishment token and landed on Hong Long's body. Hong Long was flattered. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to give him the position of deputy faction leader directly. What kind of honor was this? He had never experienced such trust between people before. If ordinary people wanted to join a faction, they would have to pay a price. At the very least, they would have to pay a fee to join the faction. With a faction, ordinary people would not dare to bully you. However, it was not easy to join a faction. It was impossible to join just because you wanted to. The position of deputy faction leader also had more power. He could command the members of the faction and take the initiative to recruit members. It was considered that he had gained a part of the authority to manage the faction. It was considered a high position. If one could gain a part of the authority in such a position, how powerful would he be and how convenient it would be? Of course, It also depended on how he used it. Moreover, the position of deputy gang leader required a person who was very trustworthy to be qualified for it. Li Zongjio didn't care. As long as the person was trustworthy enough, it was fine. It didn't matter if the person was powerful or not. Anyway, he was the strongest in the faction. This was Li Zongjio's thought. He wouldn't waste too much time thinking about these things. "Thank you, faction leader," Hong Long said excitedly. "In the future, I'll leave all the messy matters in the faction to you." Li Zongjio said. He naturally didn't have the time to care about these matters. Therefore, he let Hong Long do it. Anyway, Hong Long seemed to be good in this aspect. It would be easier to leave it to him. By the way, the girl just said that she was from the Spirit Void City. Where is the Spirit Void City? Li Zongjio didn't know much about the situation in the macro world. When Li Zongjio said the words Spirit Void City, Hong Long was stunned. Hong Long paused for a moment, as if he had been bitten, or as if he had bumped into the tree. His entire body froze. You mean the Spirit Void City? Hong Long? He asked Li Zongjio in shock. Yes. Li Zongjio was sure that he didn't hear it wrong. Besides, he couldn't have made up a name. Spirit Void City, it's real? Hong Long muttered to himself. He seemed to be in endless shock, being slapped by the shocking waves again and again. He was completely dumbfounded by the slap. Is this place very special? In the entire limitless True Flame world, there are 5 main cities, but in reality there are only 6. This 6th main city is also a legendary existence. It is said that in this main city, even the weakest one has the strength of the celestial realm. Li Zongjio understood when he heard this. So much foreshadowing. The 6th main city was the Spirit Void City. It was just that no one knew where the Spirit Void City was. But looking at the guy in front of him, he understood that the Spirit Void City was not a legend. It was just a legend in the eyes of ordinary people. When you have enough strength to come in contact with these things, you can really master these legendary things. Those who were once high and mighty will also appear in front of you. Everything will no longer be a legend. It seems that I have to go to the Spirit Void City if I have the chance. Everyone is in the celestial realm, which means that there are stronger existences. There must be good things in it. Chapter 1635. This was something that Li Zongjio did not expect. This little girl actually came from the Spirit Void main city. No wonder she was so confident in escaping from the Qing Gang's leader and the other experts. This was indeed something that Li Zongjio did not expect. Otherwise, if he squeezed this little girl dry, he might be able to get other treasures. If I knew this guy would hand over the position of leader so easily, I wouldn't have killed those experts. Li Zongjio regretted killing people. Who knew that the guild building token would have such a great effect? Why did he have to kill those people? He could have just left them here. He would definitely be able to create some other value. Li Zongjio and Lin Fan left the place. 2 days passed. The elite team that went out to hunt demons finally returned. After all, their soul imprints were in Li Zongjio's hands. Hence, it was not difficult to find Li Zongjio. These people were obviously very tired. After a series of battles, this elite team was already on the verge of collapsing. Now they were finally done. They just wanted to collect the heads of these demons as soon as possible in exchange for their lives. 5 people appeared in front of Li Zongjio. There were a total of 100 demons on the bounty notice in his hand. Li Zongjio was very satisfied. These people had no choice but to hand over the items to Li Zongjio and complete the transfer of the number of demons on the notice. Now that the number of demons is enough and we have given you the items, please keep your promise, sir. The leader of the other party said bravely. Now it was time to decide life and death. Li Zongjio looked at the nervous faces of these people. I can return your soul imprints to you. Li Zongjio said. Everyone's eyes lit up. However, when he said that, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten. Usually when someone said this, there must be other conditions. This immediately made everyone nervous. Sure enough, he wouldn't let them off so easily. When they thought of such a situation, although they were already mentally prepared, when such a situation appeared, they were still shocked. They could only accept it. If he couldn't accept it, what else could he do? To die? Although the process of living in such a large world was very painful, who would be willing to accept death? Sometimes it was just a small step to enter a wonderful world and have a supreme status. Only by living could one have the hope of obtaining everything. Everyone was waiting for Li Zongjio to speak as if they were waiting for a death sentence. If you want to join my gang and work for me, I will return your soul imprints. This way, it won't be considered as breaking our agreement. Li Zongjie said. He was a very trustworthy person. Sometimes, if he said that he wanted your entire family dead, he would kill your entire family. Even if he left a small survivor, it would become a standard for breaking his promise. Join a gang. Everyone looked at Li Zongjio in surprise. You only need to join a gang? You have a gang? These people couldn't believe their ears. They thought that they had heard wrongly. They continued to ask the same question again. That's right. Li Zongjio nodded and said. At the same time, he took out the guild building token. He placed it in front of everyone. After dripping your blood into the gang, your soul will be returned automatically. These 5 people did not disband after going through such a thing, which showed that their cohesiveness was very strong. At least this group of people had something to look forward to. It was very rare to be so united in such an environment in this large world. It just so happened that Li Zongjio couldn't find anyone else to use at the moment, so he recruited all 5 of them. Although there were other people in the gang, Li Zongjio did not know them. How could he command them to do things? It was not easy to manage. At this moment, the man in the lead finally took a step forward and gathered his courage. No matter what, they would die anyway. Now that Li Zongjio had a gang for idle people like them. Of course, it was a very good thing. They even wanted to join some gangs to protect themselves. But now there was such a good opportunity. Li Zongjio didn't know how difficult it was to set up a gang. As long as you set it up, there would be countless people flocking to join your gang. After the leader of the group joined the gang, the leader of the group became a disciple. Li Zongjio automatically returned his soul imprint. There was also a disadvantage after joining the gang. That was, if you did not get permission, you could not leave the gang. In other words, you had to continue to work for the gang, sharing honor and disgrace. Of course, this was not a big deal for people who joined the gang voluntarily. The restrictions of the gang were not that strong. They only needed to pay tribute on time. The others saw that he had taken back his soul imprint and followed suit. Suddenly, Li Zongjio's gang had 5 new members. Since you are all members of my Qin gang, earn more money in the future, Li Zongjio said. In the Shangu continent, Li Zongjio was in charge of many forces. Even the largest white deer mansion was founded by Li Zongjio. But in fact, in terms of management, Li Zongjio did not have any thoughts in this area, so he directly let Hong Long manage it. After joining the gang, Li Zongjio did not continue to keep these people and let them go freely. After that, Li Zongjio also wandered around for a few days. Then, he headed towards the Crimson Soul City. At this moment, in the Crimson Soul City, the original leader of the Qin gang had also returned to the main city and quickly reported the matter of the gang establishment token. The report was reported to Commander Mi Shi. Commander Mi Shi was also well known in the Crimson Soul City. He was ruthless and killed people like flax. Because of the cultivation method he cultivated, Commander Mi Shi looked like a stone man. His combat strength was extremely strong. The defense of his physical body alone was equivalent to an immortal armor. If an ordinary person wanted to break through, it was almost impossible. After Commander Mi Shi heard what the leader of the Qin gang said, his eyes darkened slightly. Haha, how dare you? Find this person for me. Tell him that I, Mi Shi, am looking for him. Commander Mi sure laughed like a stone with a crack. In the Crimson Soul City, it was too easy for him to find a person with his authority. He did not expect that someone would dare to mess with him. It was simply courting death. Chapter 1636. In the Mishur Hall where Commander Mishur was, he had a total of 500 ironstone soldiers under him. The strength of this group of people could be said to be very strong. At least, it was impossible to find one to fight against their ironstone army alone. Soon, Commander Mishur had already sent people to find news about the new gang leader of Qing Gang. However, this could only be done in secret. When you have this power, you must also shoulder the corresponding responsibility. At the same time, there were some restrictions. For example, if you want to control this gang, you must do it in secret. Using your own means and strength, you must secretly establish this gang and let someone take over this gang. Then the gang leader who had been promoted would be able to hand over all the benefits to him. This was the benefit of having power. It could easily settle all these matters. It allowed you to reap greater profits. Even people who had the power and the means would do so. Even the city lord of the Crimson Soul City was doing it in the same way, using this method to reap greater profits. He, Commander Mishur, had so many soldiers to raise, so the daily consumption was also a very large number. Otherwise, how could he raise such a powerful army? Everything was linked to these things. Now, Li Zongjio had touched a piece of Commander Mishur's cake. That must be to find Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio and the others were not surprised that someone wanted to deal with him. But it was not easy for these people to deal with him. Li Zongjio did not show up, but asked Honglong to hand in the demon mission. Li Zongjio was not stupid. There must be someone in Red Soul City who was watching him. But the effect of this gang building token was, in fact, one way. The gang leader could find the members of Qing Gang, but the members of the gang could not locate the gang leader. It was not an easy task to find Li Zongjio in this vast sea of people. Li Zongjio and the others secretly returned to the Crimson Soul City, and at the same time changed to another inn. Li Zongjio dismissed the members of the elite team on the spot. If there was another mission involving a group of demons, he would summon them again. Every day, Li Zongjio's current setting was to extract 2 soul beans from each gang member. Currently, there were 36 members in Li Zongjio's gang. Every day, he could obtain 72 soul beans. In a month, he would be able to obtain over 2,000 soul beans. This made Li Zongjio very satisfied. Although there weren't many right now, in the future, when the gang grew to over 1,000 or even 10,000 people, how terrifying would the soul beans be? Li Zongjio moved his fingers and calculated. This was indeed a little cool. As for the members of the Qing Gang, Li Zongjio had never seen him before, so he did not know him. He did not have much interest in paying attention to these people. Who knew if there would be any trouble left behind from before among these people? Li Zongjio casually found a small, relatively hidden building. This small building was beside a mountain and a river. It was an elegant place. It was called the Mountain Residence Building. It was said that the real owner of this mountain residence was a stunning woman. However, very few people could see her. Usually, it was her subordinates who took care of it. It was considered a quiet place, and many people liked to live in such a place. However, the fees were much more expensive than outside. Just a day alone required a total of 20 soul beans. The mountain residence building had a total of 8 courtyards. They were all independent courtyards, and usually 2 or 3 families could live in the courtyards. However, Li Zongjio directly booked one of them. How could he allow others to snore next to his bed? If he was targeted by others in such a place, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, Li Zongjio spent 50 soul beans a day to book this one. He should have obtained many things from the demon group mission. However, most of Li Zongjio's soul beans had been consumed by poison dragon Aotian and the tiger Tally. He was left with less than 500. In the evening, Honglong returned. On the way back, he did not dare to believe it. He even looked left and right, trying to be secretive. It wasn't until he returned to Li Zongjiu's place that he secretly took out the rewards he had received. What is it? Why are you being so secretive? Li Zongjiu looked at Hong Long in front of him. With his sneaky look, those who did not know better would think that he had stolen some treasure. Huff! Huff! You should be mentally prepared. Li Zongjiu had seen all kinds of situations before. He actually needed to be mentally prepared. He immediately took out the unparalleled sword. If you don't tell me, I'll cut you down immediately. Hong Long shook his head, helplessly. Seeing Li Zongjiu's lack of emotion, he finally took out all the things he had obtained. When Li Zongjiu saw the item, he was stunned. No way. That's right. I didn't expect the city lord to be so generous this time. Hong Long did not seem to expect it either. The demon gang's mission this time was actually able to give out such a great reward. Fortunately, the receiving of these mission rewards was also in a secret state. They were all independent rooms. Unless one's performance was particularly obvious, otherwise it was impossible to tell what kind of things one had received. Hong Long's expression was also very good. Therefore, he quickly took out the item. When Li Zongjiu saw the item in his hand, he was very surprised. Guild building token. Another guild building token. Now that Li Zongjiu had a guild, this guild building token was superfluous to Li Zongjiu. As long as he sold it, he could get 500,000 soul beans. This item is good. Just sell it, Li Zongjiu said. These things didn't seem to be very difficult to obtain. Oh, otherwise, how could he obtain such things in his hands now? It seemed that he was also the son of fate. We can sell it and upgrade the guild. Hong Long said in a low voice. Upgrade the guild? When Li Zongjiu heard Hong Long's words, he was stunned. What did he mean? Did he want to upgrade the guild? That's right. Upgrading the guild can increase the maximum number of members. It can even have other functions, such as obtaining the guild's resident rights. Within this resident rights, even the city lord cannot control what happens inside. If anyone from outside the guild walks in, the guild master can use the resident rights to kill them. Hong Long said. Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up. He could ignore the other things, but it was still the right to directly kill people. This seemed to be a little satisfying. It was very suitable for him. Is there such a good thing? Li Zongjiu did not expect this. Then he looked at his own guild's data. Indeed, it was a grade 1 guild. The number of members could only accommodate 200 people. This meant that there was a limit. A grade 2 guild could accommodate 1,000 people. In the entire Crimson Spirit City, there were only 3 grade 2 guilds. Thousand Moon Sect, Heavenly Fiend Alliance, and the Night Ghost Gang, which was hidden deep and kept a low profile. Chapter 1637. Therefore, if an enemy dared to trespass into the territory of these 3 factions, they could kill you at any time. Even the city lord's influence would not be able to spread here. This would allow the gang's power to grow better, and it would be more effective in deterring others. If a second-grade faction openly recruited, there would be countless people who would want to join. Naturally, its influence would be extraordinary. Li Zongjiu did not think that he would be so lucky as to find a new guild creation token and even upgrade it. Then hurry up and upgrade it. How do I upgrade it? Li Zongjiu said. It's not that simple. I've checked. If you want to upgrade this second-grade faction, other than the guild creation token, you need 10,000 soul beans. At the same time, you need to have your own territory. That is, you need to buy a house. Or you can just rob it. Hong Long had been following Li Zongjiu all this time and had seen the outside world. At the same time, he understood that the best way to get what he wanted was to directly rob it. It was the most direct. Do you think I'm a bandit? Do you think I get everything by robbing? Li Zongjiu was immediately unhappy. This guy was treating him like a bandit. Sometimes he just didn't want to cause trouble. Since someone else had the item, he would just take care of it. However, Hong Long's suggestion was not impossible. However, if he wanted to rob 10,000 soul beans, it would be a little difficult. After all, who would carry so many soul beans with them at all times? Otherwise, he would have directly robbed the warehouse of this small mountain residence. Then, he would definitely be able to obtain a large amount of soul beans. After all, his daily income was in the hundreds. In addition to some other things, he would only need half a month to earn 10,000 soul beans. However, Li Zongjio did some calculations. He did not think that opening an inn would be able to earn so much money. He heard that the owner of this small mountain residence owned more than one inn. If there were hundreds of them, there would be nothing to worry about. Li Zongjio felt it was a pity that he didn't bring Xiao Zhao with him. Otherwise, with Xiao Zhao's mind, he would be able to think of some ways to make money very quickly. Therefore, Li Zongjio could only wait. He would wait for an opportunity to appear and see how he could gather the 10,000 soul beans. After all, he already had a guild establishment token that was worth 500,000 gold coins. Furthermore, he had the backing of an entire gang. Although there weren't many people, they were still able to easily obtain these soul beans. Put this thing aside for now. Are there any other rewards? If the reward was something good, he might be able to sell it for a good price. Since there was such an opportunity, of course, he would not waste it. He was also rewarded with 1,500 soul beans. They're all here. Hong Long handed over everything without concealing anything. So petty? Li Zongjio almost had the urge to overturn the city, Lord's mansion. Wasn't there supposed to be a generous reward? But now he was only given such a small amount of things. What use could these things have? Be content. This is already considered generous. You haven't seen how stingy the city, Lord's mansion is, Hong Long said. Clearly, Hong Long knew the city, Lord's mansion, very well. It was already very difficult to obtain soul beans. At least he gave us a guild establishment token. This isn't something that can be obtained so easily. Hong Long comforted Li Zongjio. 1,500. What's the use of these soul beans? I still have to do it myself, Li Zongjio said. Then he looked at Hong Long. How about this? Go and see if there are any suitable missions. I'll cultivate first. Li Zongjio could feel that he was about to touch the barrier of the breakthrough. Therefore, he needed some time to cultivate. Silence. However, in this great world, the improvement of one's strength was indeed very fast. At least Li Zongjio was confident that he could break through to the celestial realm within half a year. In the Shanggu continent, there was still a doppelganger that was ready to explode at any time. At least in this period of time, the doppelganger's strength would continue to grow rapidly. Therefore, he couldn't underestimate it. He couldn't ignore it either. He glanced at his time funnel. It had already been a month since he arrived here. Time passed really quickly. It's only been a month. It's not bad to have such a breakthrough, Li Zongjio thought to himself. At least his current state had improved quite well. If he wanted to break through so quickly in the Shanggu continent, he naturally wouldn't have such an opportunity. Therefore, Li Zongjio didn't reject this great world. In fact, he was already familiar with such a dangerous environment. Okay, I'll go look for it. Hong Long exited the small mountain residence. That was to wait in the main hall and see if there were any suitable missions that appeared. Li Zongjio meditated in front of the mountains and rivers. The effects of the 100 Calamity Elixir were still vivid in his mind. In addition to the recent battle experience, he had integrated all of it into his body. He began to gradually improve his strength. Gradually, he touched the barrier of innate level 8. Li Zongjio also tried to concentrate his strength and directly break through the barrier. However, it didn't seem to be very effective. He lacked the strength to break through the barrier. Soon, Li Zongjio also picked up the soul bean in his hand. This thing is really the spring of power. Li Zongjio directly crushed the soul bean and absorbed the power into his body. Boom! Immediately, a storm of power formed in Li Zongjio's body. Soon, this power rushed directly to Li Zongjiu's barrier. That terrifying commotion instantly broke through the barrier around his body. The entire mountain residence was filled with Li Zongjiu's powerful strength. Coincidentally, in the depths of the mountain residence, there was a small bamboo house in the dense forest. When it felt this power, it immediately raised its head. The power of innate level 8. I didn't expect that my little mountain dwelling would be a cultivation treasure ground. In the bamboo forest residence, 2 beautiful figures sat at the table drinking tea and chatting. When they felt the power, they smiled. Sister's mountain residence was built with the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Even if you don't know anything, living here will be very beneficial. If you know how to use the power of the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation, the benefits will be enormous. It's a pity that there are too few experts who know about formations. Although there are many books on formations, there are very few who are talented. My 8 gates heavenly mystery formation has been covered in dust for a long time, just as the woman in green shook her head and sighed. Suddenly, an extremely familiar fluctuation quietly appeared here. Moreover, it also became lively. Instantly, a trace of shock appeared in the eyes of the woman in green. Chapter 1638. The mountain residence was originally a place where the lady in green experimented with arrays. He wanted to apply all the formations that he had learned. So she used this wooden house to form an 8 gates heavenly Shen array. However, no one had been able to activate the power of the 8 gates heavenly Shen array since the mountain residence was built. This array was of a higher level, so it was hidden deeper. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to find this array and activate it. She did not expect to meet someone who could discover the secret of this 8 gates heavenly Shen array today. This person was Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu discovered this formation, he was also shocked. This was because he was amazed by who had placed such an exquisite formation in this place. This 8 gates heavenly Shen array was of a rather high level. It was at least level 11. Therefore, Li Zongjiu himself spent a lot of time to find a way to activate this array formation and directly activate it. Boom! Although he did not know who set up the 8 gates heavenly Shen array here, Li Zongjiu needed it now. He could make use of the power of this array to consolidate his cultivation at Xiantian level 8. Li Zongjiu activated the Heaven Void God form record. Li Zongjiu himself was very surprised by the gradual decrease in power. He absorbed the terrifying spiritual qi. Finally, Li Zongjiu stabilized this power at innate level 8. Furthermore, he was able to clearly sense how powerful his strength had become after his breakthrough. This is incredible, Li Zongjiu thought to himself. If it was not for this 8 gates heavenly Shen array, Li Zongjiu would have to consume a large amount of soul beans to stabilize his cultivation. Otherwise, this power would fall back quickly, which was equivalent to a failed breakthrough. Fortunately, he succeeded. However, this 8 gates heavenly Shen array seems to be lacking a little. When Li Zongjiu tried to absorb the power of this array, he almost destroyed the 8 gates heavenly Shen array. The power that suddenly surged out was too strong. However, the structure of this 8 gates heavenly Shen array was not that sturdy and complete. Therefore, when the power was activated to a certain extent, the entire array would be in a state of collapse. It was clear that the people who had set up this formation back then weren't very skilled at it either. Li Zongjiu's mind power surged into the array disk of the 8 gates heavenly Shen array. Soon, they found a few places that were specially set up to create such power. Li Zongjiu quickly changed some of the feng shui positions. The 8 gates profound heaven formation directly integrated everything in the surroundings into the formation. It borrowed the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to activate them. Therefore, Li Zongjiu only needed to transfer a few things to make a move. Sister, he's modifying your array. Beside the green-clothed lady, a purple-clothed young lady's eyes were also filled with shock. She never thought that this person would be so bold. Wasn't this showing off in front of an expert? One had to know that her elder sister was the #1 array master in this Crimson Soul City. This person was simply too arrogant and conceited. In the eyes of this array master, it would be seen as a provocation. Sure, the lady in green signaled the latter to keep quiet. The 8 gates, heavenly Chien was an early work. She was very clear about the flaws it had. However, he had never been able to modify it. She only treated it as a kind of appreciation for her own work. Therefore, this thing had always been there. She did not expect this person to activate this array just now. He found the weakness of the array so quickly. Water gate, stone gate, forest gate, bamboo gate, mountain gate, dragon gate, chi gate, heaven gate. He grasped it so accurately. This person's foundation is very good. Not only that, his talent is also very high. The latter said in surprise. Under this adjustment, Li Zongjiu also strengthened these few weak points. It reached the true state of endless growth. The 8 gates, heavenly Chien. However, the lady in green smiled slightly, and her mental strength suddenly surged. In the side of the courtyard, a blazing fire suddenly burned. In this way, it directly joined the fire gate among the 8 gates. When the fire gate appeared, Li Zongjiu also realized that there was an expert around. Perhaps the person who set up the 8 gates, heavenly Chien had joined the fire gate? It would cause the 8 gates, heavenly Chien to attack each other and create chaos. The other party made a move to test Li Zongjiu's strength. However, Li Zongjiu was just casually interested. He was not here to play games with you. If you want to cause such destruction, then do as you please. He, Li Zongjiu, still had a lot of things to do. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not care about the sudden addition of the fire gate. It was obvious that there was going to be a problem. However, Li Zongjiu still did not make a move. The lady in green in the bamboo forest suddenly shouted angrily. This guy actually did not make a move. This angered the lady in green. In an instant, the flame was extinguished. I didn't expect this person to be so arrogant. The lady in green obviously did not expect that Li Zongjiu, a mere innate level 8, could be so arrogant. Even the sky human realm was not as arrogant as you. He really did not know how to appreciate favors. Originally, she wanted to promote Li Zongjiu. She thought that Li Zongjiu would be a very interesting person. However, who would have thought that in the end, things would turn out like this? Li Zongjiu completely ignored her. This made the latter very surprised. In this red spirit city, no one dared to treat her with such an attitude. Ha! I didn't expect that there would actually be someone who could anger elder sister to this extent. If this person knew elder sister's name, his intestines would probably turn green with regret. Such a good opportunity, yet he couldn't grasp it. How bad is this person's luck? The purple-clothed girl said with a smile. Let's leave it to fate. The lady in green said indifferently. In another 2 months, we will be recruiting new people. Recently, in this city, are there any rising stars? I have also been to the training tower to look for them recently. However, they're only a bunch of boorish people who fight and kill. They can't be considered rising stars. If we can't find anyone with talent, then what about the next spirit void heaven? It's going to be a failure. What's a mere spirit void heaven? With elder sister here, even if they went to spirit void heaven, they might not be a match for elder sister. Chapter 1639. This time, the storm of changing their ray had passed. Li Zongjiu did not delve too deeply into the matter to find out what was going on. The other party had also extinguished the flame. In the next few days, Hong Long continuously looked for strange missions. However, these missions did not catch Li Zongjiu's attention. He directly rejected all these missions. He also did not care about these 10,000 soul beings. Right now, the Qing Gang's members had not reached the upper limit. Hence, they were not in a hurry to upgrade the gang. They had to slowly wait for an opportunity. Afterwards, Li Zhongjie also sorted out his cultivation. At the same time, he discovered that the effects of the evil dragons could be felt even more deeply in this great world. In my opinion, this evil dragons originally belonged to this place. Li Zhongjie also discovered the special characteristics of the evil dragon's eye. In the world of the evil dragon's eye, one could revive without limit. In other places, this was impossible. However, in the world of the evil dragon's eye, it could be easily done. This kind of power, and even this kind of setting, was very familiar to the entire great world. The rules were all set. Hence, the evil dragon's eye in his hand was similar. But how was it brought down? However, Li Zhongjie did not know how effective it would be. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, Li Zhongjie did not move around much. Instead, he focused on cultivating. The surrounding spirit qi was also very dense. It was very helpful for cultivation. Li Zhongjie's cultivation had also stabilized at innate level 8. Normally, he would try to concoct some pills. It was because he was concocting these pills. This allowed Li Zhongjie's alchemy skills to improve even more. Hong Long also tried his best to recruit members during this period of time. Now, the Qing gang had more than 100 people. For many people, being able to join a gang was already a dream come true. At the very least, there would be someone to protect them. There was a gang, and everyone supported each other, even though the gang leader had never shown his face. However, this didn't hinder the development of the Qing gang. Li Zhongjie received over 200 soul beans every day, which was a pretty decent income. Ao Tian's injuries had also recovered. After recuperating for the past few days, he had also grown a lot stronger. Moreover, in this small mountain residence, they ate well, slept well, and did not have to worry about food and clothing. Therefore, under such circumstances, they quickly gained weight. On this day, Ao Tian wanted to go out for a walk and take a stroll. He couldn't be trapped in this small mountain house forever. Anyway, he had Li Zhongjie's protection. He didn't expect Li Zhongjie to raise his cultivation to such a level in such a short time. It was truly shocking. Ao Tian had only gone out for half a day, and he actually sent a distress signal to Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie, who was cultivating, immediately widened his eyes when he received the signal. He stared in Ao Tian's direction, revealing a trace of darkness in his eyes. Ao Tian has been captured. Hong Long hurriedly came in front of Li Zhongjie. Should we call for reinforcements? We have over 100 people in the Qing gang. As long as we give the order, over 100 people will immediately charge out. As the vice faction leader, Hong Long still had the right to give orders. However, Li Zhongjie waved his hand. If they could defeat Ao Tian, innate level 9 was enough. However, if they wanted to capture Ao Tian, they would need to be at least in the Heaven Realm. Therefore, even if all the people in the Qing gang were added together, they wouldn't be able to deliver this head. No matter how many people went, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Only when Li Zhongjie personally made a trip could he investigate this matter clearly. He definitely couldn't let the other party be too arrogant. Although Li Zhongjie hadn't faced a Heaven Realm expert before, so what if he were in the Heaven Realm? Anyone who dared to touch Li Zhongjie's men would be regarded as a provocation. Li Zhongjie's figure flashed. He leaped towards the sky. Hong Long looked at Li Zhongjie's departing figure and couldn't help but flash a trace of worry in his eyes. He didn't know what Li Zhongjie's situation was like. Under normal circumstances, Li Zhongjie would also ask Hong Long to come along. After all, some situations and information could only be understood from Hong Long. However, this time he didn't have the intention to ask Hong Long, obviously. This matter had now reached a very awkward moment. Hong Long's heart was also very worried. Li Zhongjie's figure swept past the Crimson Soul City. The other party deliberately lured Li Zhongjie out of the city. At least 500 miles away, close to this place, was a surging river. The river was fierce, as if countless wild beasts were fiercely running. But the surroundings were silent. Finally, Li Zongjiu's figure landed. Nearby, there was some aura left behind by Ao Tian. Obviously, Ao Tian was active here before. I'm already here. Since you're in the heaven realm, why do you need to be sneaky? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. It seemed like he was talking to the air, but also seemed to be talking to himself. It was strange to see them like this. But after Li Zongjiu's voice fell, above the river in front, a water curtain gushed out. The water curtain spread out. In front of his eyes, he could see that Ao Tian was trapped under this water prison. He was also seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, Li Zongjiu's eyes changed slightly, even though Ao Tian himself was rather unrestrained and unrestrained. But at least he was someone who had an agreement with Li Zongjiu. Since they had already made an agreement, then to Li Zongjiu he was one of them. You trust me, I'll help you. He treated Ao Tian as his own companion. Now that he saw his companion being beaten up like this, how could Li Zongjiu not be angry? You're quite capable. I worked so hard to catch the poison dragon, but you actually snatched it away. A voice came from the other side of the river. The other party was obviously more careful, and they were also worried about what kind of expert Li Zongjiu would be. But when they saw Li Zongjiu, they couldn't help but feel that they were making a big fuss. They didn't expect the other party to be such a brat. A mere innate level 8? And he managed to trick his poison dragon away. With your strength, you were able to break the transcendental chains. I believe you must have a celestial artifact in your hands. Hand it over, and I'll give you a quick death. Li Zongjiu also saw the other party's figure clearly. He was wearing a green robe, and his face was yellow and emaciated. But from his eyes, he could tell that this person's appearance was that of a young man. He couldn't be too old. You want it? Take it yourself. Chapter 1640. Even if Li Zongjiu wanted to escape, it was impossible for the green-robed man to let Li Zongjiu leave. Li Zongjiu would not allow the green-robed man to imprison Ao Tian like this. The green-robed man saw that Li Zongjiu was acting recklessly, trying to provoke the strength of a celestial realm expert. He immediately snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm across the air. Then let me see how powerful you are. A gust of wind condensed in the sky, and a giant palm suddenly fell towards Li Zongjiu. The poisonous gas condensed into a palm print in the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared. However, in the green-robed man's eyes, Li Zongjiu's speed had completely exposed his own strength, and he was so vulnerable. You want to compete with me with such speed? Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can give you a quick death. The green-robed man laughed. With just one move, he had already tested Li Zongjiu's strength. He thought that Li Zongjiu was hiding some kind of power, but now it seemed that it was just SOSO, and he was still at the mercy of the green-robed man. A mere innate realm expert dared to compete with him. This was a great provocation to the green-robed man, and he had to kill Li Zongjiu first. Li Zongjiu summoned the tiger-headed warrior without hesitation. The tiger-headed warrior landed, and with a roar the two hammers collided. The fallen clan? How dare such a trashy race jump in front of me? The green-robed man growled, and directly pointed his finger, which seemed to turn into a terrifying light at this moment. This green light flew, and directly turned into a giant python, rushing towards the tiger-headed warrior. Even if it was a giant python that burst out casually, it was still a giant python of the celestial realm. The tiger-headed warrior would not be able to hold on for long, and would definitely be defeated. Let's see what else you have. Li Zongjiu fought and retreated. The green-robed man also chased after Li Zongjiu without fear. At this moment, at the place where Li Zongjiu had been, the unparalleled sword quietly emerged. When both of them were relatively far away, it directly dived into the water. Boom! The unparalleled sword rushed into the water prison, and directly cut open the water prison that trapped Ao Tian. Ao opened his eyes and recognized the aura of the unparalleled sword, which was the aura of Li Zongjiu. He was astonished. Grabbing it, he allowed the unparalleled sword to send him flying. Although the unparalleled sword was still unable to reveal Hu Wushuang's true form for the time being. Hu Wushuang's true form could not be revealed, but it was unparalleled sword was able to control unparalleled sword. This was also a benefit was to had unparalleled sword was able to could communicate with unparalleled could communicate with him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu deliberately lured the green-robed ancestor away. It was not a wise thing to be entangled with a celestial realm expert. Li Zongjiu had never thought of defeating a celestial realm expert. He only needed to save Ao Tian. When the water prison was broken, the green-robed man also paused. He looked back at the direction of the water prison that he had set up, and his eyes were already sure that his water prison was broken. Li Zongjiu did not come alone. It seems that although your cultivation is high, your brain is not very good. Li Zongjiu sneered, and did not give the green-robed man time to react. His words were completely infuriated by the latter. "You're courting death!" The green-robed man shouted angrily. At this moment, he did not intend to waste any more time with Li Zongjiu. His body rose into the air and directly grabbed the ground. Then, there seemed to be dozens of huge cracks on the ground. The cracks also directly formed a spider's arm. With a loud bang, this huge spider directly dragged Li Zongjiu up. What? Li Zongjiu felt the changes on the ground. This kind of summoned spider was at least 100 meters wide. With such a huge body, it was definitely a very terrifying movement for Li Zongjiu. Boom! The strength of a celestial realm expert was really powerful. It could easily create such a big movement. Li Zongjiu punched the spider's back. He wanted to smash the spider to the ground, but he found that there was no reaction from the spider at all when he punched it. Only some of the soil on the surface flew out a little. "Kill him!" At the green-robed man's command, this spider directly rolled on the ground and quickly pressed Li Zongjiu under its body. At the same time, its sharp spider legs fell down like raindrops. One after another, they were all aimed at Li Zongjiu's head. If it were anyone else, facing such a dense rain of attacks, they would have been beaten into a hornet's nest. However, Li Zongjiu had mastered skill. He was training in the evil dragons almost every day. 2 of the 9-headed snake's heads had already been smashed by Li Zongjiu, and now the spider's speed could be said to be very terrifying. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's reaction speed was far faster than the spider in front of him. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the spider's movement in front of him was also very slow. However, Li Zongjiu had to pretend that it was very difficult for him. Otherwise, if the spider used some kind of move and increased its strength, he would have to use some kind of ultimate move. Immediately, Li Zongjiu quickly dodged, and each time, he narrowly avoided the spider's attack. At the same time, he also tried to counterattack. He punched the spider's leg. However, it did not have any effect. It was as solid as a rock. "It's really hard to fight." Li Zongjiu glanced at it. The strength of the celestial realm was already so strong. During this period of time, he had been wanting to break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. However, he always felt that there was a force above the celestial realm that blocked the path to the celestial realm. In order to break through this path, the power needed was beyond Li Zongjiu's imagination. Some people would be completely suppressed by it for their whole life and would never be able to rise again. They would never be able to reach the celestial realm. This was also the reason why Li Zongjiu knew that the other party was in the celestial realm and still wanted to appear. It was also because he wanted to take this opportunity to experience the strength of the celestial realm. Only after understanding it could he make better preparations and more or less have an idea in his mind. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine how strong the celestial being realm was based on one's own guesses. First, find a celestial realm to practice. This was probably Li Zongjiu's idea. Only Li Zongjiu dared to have such a bold idea. If it were anyone else, it would be too late to escape. How dare you trick me? The green-robed man also realized that Li Zongjiu was obviously teasing him. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the spider on the ground raised its body high at this moment. Chapter 1641. He had actually changed from crawling to walking upright. Stones were also falling from their bodies one after another. The green-robed man landed on the spider's body. Immediately, a terrifying aura burst out. Boom! A strong force instantly spread out. The spider shook its head, and suddenly dozens of energy waves burst out and rushed over on the ground. Li Zongjiu kept dodging, but eventually he was hit by one of the energy waves. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! Li Zongjiu fell heavily on the ground, and he was extremely shocked. After receiving this heavy blow, Li Zongjiu also suffered quite a bit of damage. Immediately, his Heaven Void God record was activated quickly. He quickly recovered from his injuries. With the foundation of the chaotic body, he could rapidly recover from these wounds. Li Zongjiu's strength had not reached the celestial realm. However, during this period of time, Li Zongjiu could already feel that his body's recovery ability was incomparable to anyone in the Xiantian realm. He wanted to fight with his opponent and kill him. Of course, it was impossible. However, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to kill Li Zongjiu. He didn't die. The green-robed man saw that Li Zongjiu was still intact. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to be so resilient. With a wave of his hand, the spider suddenly rushed forward. This time, with the green-robed man's personal command, Li Zongjiu could not escape. Die. One hit, one kill. But Li Zongjiu did not turn around to escape. He stayed where he was, facing his opponent who was rushing over, and he also had a formation in his hands. Immediately, he could feel that there was an obscure wave of energy coming from the surroundings. Seeing that Li Zongjiu finally took the initiative to attack, the green-robed man's eyes flashed with surprise. After all, Li Zongjiu was still able to fight back under his attack. Around his body, an extremely strange power instantly condensed. When this power attacked, the green-robed man was also shocked. Suddenly, as if he had heard something, the expression on his face instantly changed. Not good. In the next second, he felt an extremely terrifying power condensing. By the time the green-robed man reacted, it was already a little too late. Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra. Li Zongjiu used the curse technique taught by the Tombstone Spirit. Instantly, a powerful pressure was released from the area within a radius of 10 miles. It seemed to have directly condensed into the power of the mountains and seas, which instantly blasted towards the green-robed man below. The power that appeared in an instant shocked the green-robed man. Even if he himself had the strength of a celestial realm being, under the power of a powerful curse, he still found it difficult to move. Boom! Earth-shattering sounds of destruction could be heard. The green-robed man was directly blasted into the ground. It was unknown how deep the ground was, but the giant spider's body had long been shattered. The green-robed man was trapped under the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra. Li Zongjiu also felt that his strength was exhausted. It seemed that in the move just now he had also used up all his strength, but it was a different experience. When he used the Mountain Sea Mind Concentrating Mantra just now, he also clearly felt that this power directly poured into Li Zongjiu's body. It seemed that this powerful move was released by the power of the mountains and seas around him. When he felt his own power condensing together, the power that erupted in an instant was really terrifying. And compared to when he used this move on the Xingu continent, that kind of power and explosion, the feeling was also a lot stronger. Li Zongjiu had long expected this. Now that he used it, Li Zongjiu did indeed feel the power of the curse. Today, this guy could be considered to have been crippled. The latter was more or less crippled on the spot. But the recovery ability of the celestial realm was not simple. Li Zongjio immediately left the place at this moment. This move was also precisely because the latter was full of confidence when he used it. That was why he defeated him in one fell swoop. He used a little tactic, and the sneak attack was successful. If this guy was really vigilant, it would not be easy for Li Zongjio to defeat him. Now was a good opportunity to escape. He directly headed towards the Crimson Soul City. At least in the Crimson Soul City, he would not be easily killed. Everything had its rules. It would be relatively safer. However, this exchange had already let Li Zongjio know that even if this guy was in the celestial realm, he was not invincible. There were still flaws. As long as there were flaws, it would not be a problem. He was not an invincible existence. The last time he used the Mountain Sea Mind concentrating mantra, Li Zongjio was almost in a weak state for a long time. However, this time around he had only consumed a single elixir and had almost recovered. This had something to do with the cultivation of the Heavenly Void Divine Image Record. In addition, it was because of his breakthrough. Last time he was a level 6 in 8, and this time he was a level 8 in 8. There was a difference of 2 levels, and such a big difference in effect was also very obvious. Li Zongjio headed towards the Crimson Soul City. Through communication with Wu Shuang, he knew that at least Ao Tian and the unparalleled sword had returned to the city. It was fine as long as they were safe. Not long after, Li Zongjio also returned to the Crimson Soul City. There were not many accidents and dangers along the way. He was a level 8 in 8, and in fact in this Crimson Soul City he was not considered weak. Experts in the celestial realm basically had their own things to do and their own pursuits. They did not walk around to do missions every day. Instead, they were busy with their own cultivation. Generally, those who did this mission were innate and Hotian level existences. However, one should not forget that there were actually many Hotian level cultivators, and they made up the majority of the population. Like Li Zongjio, there were few innate level cultivators in the beginning. Li Zongjio left. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons in a green robe also directly lifted the huge rock on his body. Just now, this move directly blasted him into the hole that was hundreds of meters deep. It was not easy for him to struggle out. His body was also sore. However, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Most of the attacks were blocked by his green robe. Interesting, he even knows curse techniques. This curse technique seems to be the inheritance of the great Emperor Xiantian. Looks like another person chosen by the great Emperor Xiantian. I didn't expect that such a small probability would be met by me. Ha ha ha! Spiritual Master 5 Poisons' eyes flashed. Anyone who was chosen by the great Emperor Xiantian. In their eyes, he was basically the same as the fiendish demon that had emerged from the underground palace with the treasure. It was a person who carried a treasure. They believed that this person must have a lot of secrets on him. Just this curse technique of the great Emperor Xiantian was a very powerful thing. If they could get this thing, it would be a very big harvest. It looked like the will of the great Emperor Xiantian had not dissipated. He was indeed the great Emperor Xiantian. After going through such a disaster, he could still persevere. It was really surprising. At least it surprised Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. It was not difficult to find this guy. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons' original target was Ao Tian. Since he did not kill Ao Tian, he would more or less leave something on Ao Tian's body. He would not just watch Ao Tian disappear like last time. So he had already left a mark on Ao Tian's body. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons immediately recovered some strength. There were a few wandering demons that wanted to sneak attack him, but they were easily dealt with by Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. Red Soul City? Let's see where you can escape to. Chapter 1642. Li Zongjio quickly returned to the Scarlet Soul City. He returned to the small house on the mountain. Han Long was taking care of the severely injured Ao Tian. At this moment, Ao Tian was still in his true form. When Unparalleled Sword saw Li Zongjio return, it immediately appeared beside Li Zongjio and acted extremely intimate. Finally, I can wake you up. Li Zongjio grabbed Unparalleled Sword in his hand. Although the process took a lot of time, he finally had a true old friend by his side. To Li Zongjio, this was something to be happy about. How's his condition? Li Zongjio asked. Not too good. Although I don't know how to heal injuries, he seems to be severely injured. Han Long said. Li Zongjio also went to check on Ao Tian's condition. It was indeed very bad. Not only was he severely injured, but he was also placed with an energy seal. This energy seal also prevented the latter's body from recovering. Hence, he was now in a coma. Moreover, his injuries could not heal by themselves. No, according to that guy's methods, he must have left something behind. Li Zongjio's mental strength quickly scanned Ao Tian's body. When this power surged out, Li Zongjio was able to get a clear picture of Ao Tian's condition. He really left a tracking mark. Li Zongjio directly pulled out one of Ao Tian's scales. Ao Tian released a wave of energy and fixed it on the scale. After pulling out the scale, Li Zongjio also picked up a stone from the ground. Then he stuck the scale on the stone. Using all his strength, he threw it far away. Boom! The stone disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. No one could see it clearly anymore. Li Zongjio had already used this method many times. There was nothing new about it at all. He directly threw the thing away. Let this fellow search according to the scale. The elemental energy lock had directly sealed Ao Tian's elemental energy. Even Li Zongjio had no way of unlocking it. At least for the time being, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he could only rely on external help to heal the latter's injuries. Otherwise, Ao Tian would have a hard time recovering. Another option was to use soul beans. However, if one wanted to use soul beans to heal, one would need a large amount of soul beans. However, even Li Zongjio didn't have that many soul beans. Therefore, they could only stabilize the latter's injuries here for the time being. At least his life was saved. He wanted to unlock this elemental energy lock. There were two methods. The first was to kill the green-robed man. Then, the elemental energy lock that he had set up would automatically disappear. The second was to raise Li Zongjio's strength to the Skyman realm. Then he could easily unlock the elemental energy lock. Of course, he could also find other Skyman realm experts to help. However, experts of this level wouldn't easily do it. Moreover, Li Zongjio didn't think of asking others for help for such a small matter. Most importantly, Li Zongjio didn't know any Skyman realm experts. However, if he wanted to talk about Skyman realm experts, there was one in this small mountain residence. It was the formation expert who purposely fought with Li Zongjio to test him. However, Li Zongjio didn't care about the latter at that time. Go and investigate this green-robed man. He will definitely come to Crimson Soul City. Find out his identity. Li Zongjio said. At this time, the benefits of having a gang were directly reflected. Li Zongjio could easily mobilize hundreds of people to do things for him. If the green-robed man came to Crimson Soul City, he would be able to find out at the first moment. At the same time, he could also use resources to investigate the identity of the green-robed man. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If there was a group of Skyman realm experts behind this guy, Li Zongjio would choose to hold back for the time being. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for the current Li Zongjio if he stirred up a hornet's nest. Okay, Han Long also set off directly. What will come will come. I have to make some preparations. Li Zongjio thought in his heart. He also brought a lot of top-grade primordial stones from Shungu continent. It was just right to use these top-grade primordial stones to set up the formation. As long as there were enough ants, they could even kill an elephant. However, this also required a method. It wasn't as if you had a large number of ants and just rushed up. Moreover, it also depended on the location. It wouldn't work in the water either. The elephant would shake you off in minutes. The terrain was extremely important. Li Zongjio needed to prepare the terrain to his advantage. Now, Li Zongjio's cultivation had reached innate level 8, which was hundreds of times stronger than when he was in Shungu continent. The current Li Zongjio could easily kill him in Shungu continent without the slightest hesitation. The difference between before and after was also quite big. Therefore, with Li Zongjio's current cultivation to set up a formation, although he didn't dare to say that he could directly kill people, it could still serve as a buffer. It was still very good. Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Formation. This was the most powerful formation in Li Zongjio's hands. Immediately, Li Zongjio also began to carve the formation patterns in his small courtyard. In the past, it required 4 people to set up this formation, but now Li Zongjio alone was enough. This was the difference in strength. The huge difference made Li Zongjio extremely strong. It took a full 3 days to set up the formation. That 5 poisons Taoist master had discovered the mark he had left behind in a mountain stream, and on the spot he was extremely furious. He knew that the other party was definitely hiding in the Crimson Spirit City, and the most dangerous place was also the safest place. A person with a dragon, where could they hide? It must be very easy to find them. With his Yuan Qi lock, the other party couldn't transform at all. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons was still very confident about this. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons? When the figure appeared in the Red Soul City, Hong Long also received the news from the Qing gang. But at this time, Hong Long was taken away by someone. It was Commander Misher's people. Hong Long's wantonly mobilization of people naturally attracted the attention of Commander Misher. The 5 people of the elite team in the city witnessed all this. At the same time, they quickly contacted Li Zongjio and reported Hong Long's matter. This made Li Zongjio frown. Commander Misher? Li Zongjio could guess that the other party captured Hong Long in order to find him. This Commander Misher should be the backer that the Qing gang's leader mentioned before. Misfortunes never come singly. Li Zongjio also wanted to cultivate quietly, improve his strength as soon as possible, and go home earlier. But there were so many people who wanted to force him, Evil Lord, to take action. The evil dominator finally wanted to keep a low profile. Did they have to force him to take action in this great world? Then, let's properly experience the might of the Evil Lord. Chapter 1643. The Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation Formation had been completed. Although there were many enemies, but Li Zongjio was not in a hurry. He was not worried about what these people could do to him. It was only the capture of Hong Long. For Li Zongjio, this was not an urgent matter. Even if Hong Long died, Li Zongjio would still be merciful and avenge Hong Long. Moreover, Hong Long himself would not die so easily. The great formation has been completed. Li Zongjio's eyes flashed with light. The decisive battle with Spiritual Master 5 Poisons would begin at this moment. But the last time he had exchanged blows with the latter, he had used a curse technique. Presumably, this would be a truly hard battle. To kill Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. It would definitely not be an easy task. But who asked Spiritual Master 5 Poisons to block his path? Li Zongjio let people leak out the news. Of course, it was also leaked extremely vaguely. Very quickly, Spiritual Master 5 Poisons had already received the news. There was someone who had brought an injured poison dragon to this small mountain residence. The small mountain residence. After Spiritual Master 5 Poisons received the news, he immediately charged towards the small mountain residence. A tyrannical aura enveloped the small mountain residence. It just so happened that the 2 girls in the purple bamboo forest were not at home today. Even Spiritual Master 5 Poisons did not dare to casually make a move in the Red Spirit City. Otherwise, The city guards would be able to assassinate him at any time. Although he could escape, but it would be rather inconvenient in the future. Therefore, he still needed to slightly conceal his movements. He directly threw out several spatial mirror pearls. Instantly, it covered the entire small mountain residence. Li Zongjio abruptly raised his head. It had only been half an hour since the news was released, and the other party had already rushed over. They were really in a hurry. Boom! A tyrannical aura enveloped him. Very quickly, they discovered the location of Li Zongjio. After all, they had exchanged blows with him before. Therefore, at such a close distance, they were able to easily find Li Zongjio. Brat, it's really unfortunate that I found you. Only death awaits you. Taoist Master 5 Poisons directly slapped downwards with his palm. Boom! The domineering palm energy instantly fell on the small courtyard where Li Zongjio was. Buzz! A powerful, vibrating force spread out. It seemed to have blocked all of the opponent's attacks. Within Taoist 5 Poison's eyes was a trace of surprise. He looked up at the sky. A surge of power surged out. It directly trapped him within. A ray formation. Only children play with formations. When Spiritual Master 5 Poison saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. It seemed like Li Zongjio was just an ordinary person. However, such a person had actually been recognized by the mysterious Sky Emperor Lord. He had come to the Great Realm for the sake of imparting curse techniques. Therefore, he wanted to see what kind of treasure Li Zongjio had on him. Every moment, there would be new people coming to this macro world, but very few of them could survive. And this macro world was used as a training ground. Naturally, it had to be given to some heavenly monarch-level experts who were truly training. Similar to Li Zongjio, it was called a prize. The mysterious Sky Emperor had tens of millions of incarnations. These tens of millions of incarnations would head to the corners of countless worlds to search for people with special talents or people with special talents. These people would have some redeeming qualities on them and were very important to them. Taoist Master 5 Poisons very obviously did not think that his luck would be so good to find such a prize. Li Zongjio was completely unaware that he had already become the prey in the opponent's eyes. But unfortunately, in such a situation, it was not certain who would be the one to hunt who. Taoist Master 5 Poisons did not dare to be careless. After all, he had suffered at the hands of Li Zongjio. If they continued to fight, perhaps this guy would have many more problems. But when he saw that Li Zongjio wanted to rely on the formation to contend against him, he immediately laughed out loud. This Li Zongjio was underestimating him. Taoist Master 5 Poisons. He was simply not putting him in his eyes. This kind of trashy formation, I only need a finger. Taoist Master 5 Poisons directly pointed out with a finger. Boom! 5 Poisons finger. The power of this finger directly condensed the existence of thousands of terrifying poisons. When this power was displayed, Li Zongjio's black tortoise heavenly tribulation formation was immediately damaged. But at this moment, the power of the black tortoise also instantly erupted, rushing towards the person in front of him. Boom! A powerful force instantly covered the collision. The power of the black tortoise and the opponent's power of the 5 Poisons collided. Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zongjio directly activated the Black Dragon Hammer. Immediately, a terrifying power instantly spread out. His figure leapt, taking the initiative to attack Taoist Master 5 Poisons. Last time when he fought with Taoist Master 5 Poisons, he already knew that in reality, this guy's strength could not be considered very strong. However, the poison technique that the latter had mastered was extremely powerful. But Li Zongjio had a kind of ability that was impenetrable by poison. At least he was able to withstand this attack. He had a certain degree of resistance against poison. Therefore, when fighting Taoist Master 5 Poisons, he had a certain advantage. Li Zongjio also directly rushed up, releasing the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying power appeared, smashing towards Taoist Master 5 Poisons. And Taoist Master 5 Poisons himself also released a poisonous miasma. It blocked Li Zongjiu outside of the poisonous miasma, but Li Zongjiu's black dragon hammer also directly smashed towards it. Immediately, this terrifying power exploded out. But Taoist Master 5 Poisons himself was also extremely shocked, because the black dragon hammer in Li Zongjiu's hand was also extremely powerful. Every strike of the hammer seemed to directly strike the heart. Clearly, Li Zongjiu's strength was extremely strong. Very quickly, Taoist Master 5 Poisons also blasted Li Zongjiu away. Another 5 poisons finger descended, pointing towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also planned to forcibly resist this finger, using the chaotic body to resist the 5 poisons finger. Seeing Li Zongjiu actually dared to use his own body to resist his 5 poisons finger, Taoist Master 5 Poisons snorted disdainfully. Idiot! But when Li Zongjiu received the 5 poisons finger, although his face changed, poison qi surged within his body. This surging poison instantly exploded within Li Zongjiu's body. Not good! Li Zongjiu let out a low roar. This was also Li Zongjiu's gamble. If he could withstand this 5 poisons finger, then the Taoist Master 5 Poisons in front of him would not be able to pose any threat to Li Zongjiu. The chaotic qi instantly surged out, at the same time beginning to repair Li Zongjiu's body. Soon, the chaotic force absorbed all of the 5 poisons from the opponent. You actually have the chaotic body. Chapter 1644. The chaotic body. Even in a large world, it was an extremely precious cultivation body. If he could obtain the power of the chaotic body, why would he need to work so hard to cultivate the 5 poison body? Immediately, Taoist 5 Poisons' eyes lit up. He never thought that he would have such a great opportunity. The heavens really treated him well. I'll be taking your chaotic body, said Jianqin. Li Zongjiu could not help but sneer. You want my chaotic body? Let's see if you have the strength to do so. Originally, Li Zongjiu did not have a very accurate estimate of the chaotic force in his body. However, looking at it now, the thing in his body should be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the other party, a celestial being, would not stare at Li Zongjiu in such a way. Moreover, this thing had already made him lose his mind. Although on the surface he seemed to be immersed in a state of calmness, in reality, he had already sunk into a state of extreme desire. Li Zongjiu poured his chaotic force into the black dragon hammer. I really don't care about your 5 poison body. Is this all you've got? Then I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out today. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. You're overestimating yourself. In the next moment, a venomous snake suddenly surged out from Taoist 5 Poisons' body. The snake's spirit coiled towards the black tortoise formation. After all, the black tortoise formation was extremely powerful. If he did not block it carefully, he might really be hit by it. If that happened, he would completely lose the initiative. Boom! The snake spirit coiled around the black tortoise formation. At that moment, poison instantly covered Taoist 5 Poisons' entire body. His entire body was filled with poison. It was as if he had turned into a poisonous person. Extremely terrifying power surged out from the surroundings. It was as if the surrounding air had been poisoned to death. Such a terrifying change occurred in the surroundings. At the same time, the range of this poisonous gas was also spreading out bit by bit. It gradually spread towards Li Zongjiu's direction. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was also quietly operating the formation. Curse. Mountain Sea Mind Focus Mantra. When Li Zongjiu once again summoned the extremely terrifying mountain and sea mind concentrating spell, the other party instantly realized it. Li Zongjiu was going to play the same old trick again, but unfortunately he, Taoist 5 Poisons, was not an idiot. He had been fooled twice by the same trick. They saw that Taoist 5 poisons had actually broken through the black tortoise heavenly tribulation formation. His figure quickly appeared in midair. Li Zongjiu's curse technique was only able to break through a layer of the opponent's poison technique. This caused the latter's poison arts to be greatly damaged. However, unlike the last time, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Last time, it was because of Li Zongjiu's curse that he couldn't get up for a long time. For Taoist 5 poisons, that was an extremely dangerous situation. Li Zongjiu raised his head to look at the figure in midair, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "You've finally fallen into my trap." One could immediately see that Taoist 5 poison's expression changed slightly. The surrounding energy seemed to have a strange feeling. Instantly, Taoist 5 poisons frowned. 8 gates heavenly mystery formation, reverse. Absorb. Li Zongjiu formed hand seals with his hands, activating the formation in front of him. Taoist 5 poisons also didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would hide another huge formation under the formation. Immediately, he himself was also shocked. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The power of Li Zongjiu's formation within the formation was also relatively strong. It was even more terrifying than the black tortoise heavenly tribulation formation. When the formation reversed, the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation was originally a formation that provided energy for the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the formation became something that was used to release power. And the source of this energy was Taoist 5 poisons. The formation seemed to have completely bound Taoist 5 poisons, controlling the latter's body. At the same time, a terrifying suction force instantly absorbed the energy within Taoist 5 poisons' body. It was absorbed, swallowed, and released far away. What? Taoist 5 poisons also hurriedly operated his own cultivation technique, wanting to resist the formation. However, it was a pity that the person who set up the formation wasn't Li Zongjiu, but this mysterious expert of the heaven realm. Although the technique of the formation wasn't much, the foundation was extremely solid. Li Zongjiu also forcefully modified the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation, turning it into a weapon in his hands, turning it into a killing formation. Taoist 5 poisons absolutely didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would be able to mobilize such a powerful energy. It was truly unexpected. Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zongjiu absolutely couldn't give his opponent any chance to breathe. Immediately, the power of primal chaos poured into the Black Dragon Hammer. His figure quickly rushed towards Taoist 5 poisons. Taoist 5 poisons opened his mouth, and a poisonous fog sprayed towards Li Zongjiu. This was the 5 poisons qi that he had refined himself. Relying on this mouthful of 5 poisons qi, almost no one dared to casually approach him. However, Li Zongjiu wanted to complete this sure-kill attack. Towards this 5 poisons qi, he absolutely couldn't avoid it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure also directly rushed towards the 5 poisons qi. Boom! The instant Li Zongjiu rushed up, he was also covered by the poisonous fog that filled the sky. In just an instant, Li Zongjiu also felt an extremely terrifying devouring force. This poisonous fog was currently continuously devouring Li Zongjiu's life. Therefore, Li Zongjiu had no choice but to hold his breath. It was as if he had passed through this extremely terrifying, poisonous fog desert. Li Zongjiu also carried the hammer in his hand. Closing his eyes, he viciously smashed the hammer onto Taoist 5 poisons' head. Bang! Taoist 5 poisons' head instantly buzzed. In just an instant, it was already enough to make Taoist 5 poisons choke. In just an instant, the power of the surrounding formation had already instantly trapped the latter. At the same time, it unceasingly extracted his power. It scattered towards the sky. Boom! Li Zongjiu once again swung the hammer, directly smashing the latter's body. In an instant, this half of the body was also shattered. After all, The destructive power of primal chaos was extremely terrifying. It didn't give the latter any time to think and directly shattered his body. Taoist 5 Poisons was heavily injured. However, this half of his body was smashed to pieces. However, it didn't turn into a soul being. You actually dared to injure me. Do you know who I am? Taoist 5 Poisons' half-open mouth let out a furious roar. He had to let Li Zongjiu clearly understand the enemy he was currently facing. This was to achieve the goal of deterrence. As for Li Zongjiu, his eyes were filled with disdain. You're only a mere clone. You dare to be impudent in front of me. Wait till your true body comes, then talk to me. After saying this, Li Zongjiu lifted the black dragon hammer in his hand, directly summoning terrifying lightning that instantly engulfed Taoist 5 Poisons' body. Chapter 1645. Spiritual Master 5 Poisons' body instantly shattered into pieces. The lightning directly engulfed Spiritual Master 5 Poisons' body. A large amount of energy quickly poured into Li Zongjiu's mind-splitting ring, killing a sky human realm expert. Li Zongjiu did not expect that he would actually succeed. Looking at it now, his chaotic body was basically a true treasure. Although he had been heavily injured earlier, and the 5 poisons had basically completely corroded Li Zongjiu's body, he was still able to hold on. But after activating the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record, Li Zongjiu's injured body was rapidly recovering. Boom! Li Zongjiu stabilized his injuries. If not for my evil god body, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hit with this hammer. Li Zongjiu sighed in his heart. Although Li Zongjiu's body contained the terrifying power of chaos, but in reality, Li Zongjiu's body was the evil god body, which was even stronger than the power of chaos. He still had the evil soul eye that he had not had the time to use. Li Zongjiu lay on the ground, activating the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record to recover his injuries. But at this moment, Ao Tian suddenly rushed out of the courtyard with a boom. In the black fog left behind by Spiritual Master 5 Poison, there was suddenly a wisp of smoke that wanted to take advantage of this gap to escape into the distance. Li Zongjiu had not discovered that this 5 Poisons Taoist master had left behind something within the black fog. But Li Zongjiu did not have the strength to continue chasing. He saw Ao Tian bite the black poisonous gas into his mouth. The poisonous gas turned into a pearl, which was finally bitten by Ao Tian and swallowed into his mouth. Boom! Ao Tian had expended a lot of energy to rush out. After eating the 5 poison pearl, his body landed on the ground with a boom. He forced himself to move his body. Then they began to laugh at the 5 poison pearl. After Taoist Master 5 Poisons died, he didn't turn into a soul being. This meant that he was different from other people and should be someone from outside this great world. It was the incarnation of a heaven monarch realm expert. In this great world, he came here specifically to train and strengthen his incarnation, but he did not expect to be killed by Li Zongjiu. Thus, the other party didn't turn into a soul being. After a full hour, Li Zongjiu finally regained some mobility. Storage ring? What's this? I haven't seen it in a long time. When Li Zongjiu saw the storage rings on the ground, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When Li Zongjiu was in the Shungu continent, he was very good at killing people and taking their storage rings. But in this great world, however, due to various restrictions, these people would not leave behind a storage ring after death. Only if you were willing to hand over the storage ring would you be able to obtain it. Otherwise, there was no way to obtain it. After you died, apart from your clothes, as long as it had your imprint, it would disappear completely. The soul would turn into a soul being. It would be taken by someone else. Li Zongjiu didn't have time to investigate the contents of the ring before he felt a powerful energy surge out from the surroundings. It broke the mirror image space that Taoist Master 5 Poisons had released. Then, a woman in green landed in Li Zongjiu's courtyard. Looking at the surrounding environment, it was obvious that this place had been attacked. This small mountain residence was her territory, right? She opened the door to do business. Since there were tenants here, she naturally had to ensure the safety of the tenants. However, it was obvious that this place had been attacked. Someone attacked you? The woman in green looked at Li Zongjio in front of her. Meanwhile, Li Zongjio's eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked at the other party. Another expert had arrived. Judging by the methods used by the woman in green, her strength was not to be underestimated. She was definitely another Heaven Tier expert. I'm the owner of this small mountain residence. You can call me Lingyu. Lingyu saw Li Zongjio's eyes full of vigilance and said, indicating that the latter need not be afraid, "A Heaven Realm enemy has been dealt with." Li Zongjio said indifferently. His strength could be considered to have recovered a bit, but if he had to fight with a Heaven Realm expert, he would definitely not be able to fight. Moreover, if another one came, he might not be able to withstand it. This time it was only Taoist Master 5 Poisons who was unlucky. The poison that he was most proficient in had a weaker effect on Li Zongjio. Therefore, Li Zongjio had the opportunity to directly attack. Dealt with, the meaning was very obvious. Only after killing the other party would it be truly dealt with. You're an innate, but you can actually deal with a Heaven Realm expert? Lingyu was also surprised, because she knew Li Zongjio's strength. When Lingyu sensed the fluctuations in the surroundings, her eyes were also filled with shock. You actually rewrote my array formation. You reversed my 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Lingyu was naturally surprised. This level of modification was no joke. Li Zongjio's first attack was only to fix some loopholes that he found. However, to completely reverse this formation, one must understand the existence of this power, the various formation eyes of the 8 gates heavenly mystery formation. Under the situation of not having a formation map, to be able to do this just by seeing such a formation, one must be a very powerful genius. Only then could one reverse the formation. This was a very clever method. Don't worry, I'll change your formation. Li Zongjio said, "You're very talented. If you have someone to guide you, you'll improve even faster. I wonder if you're willing to join." Lingyu's heart was also moved. She wanted to invite Li Zongjio to join her sect, but Li Zongjio shook his head. "Sorry, I already have a better place to go. I still have other things to do." Li Zongjio refused. According to Lingyu's temper, if it wasn't for the fact that he was so talented, she wouldn't even bother with him. Now that she was rejected, Lingyu was even more unhappy. She even felt ashamed and angry. Since he didn't agree, then forget it. The Immortal Spirit Valley didn't have to worry about people joining. Since Li Zongjio didn't know how to appreciate favors and wasted this opportunity, then it could only be considered Li Zongjio's bad luck. If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. This time, it's my fault for not taking care of you. I'll waive a year's worth of room fees for you. After speaking, Lingyu left. After all, Li Zongjio was her customer. Now that a customer had been ambushed in her store, the mountain residence itself had to bear the responsibility. Otherwise, their reputation wouldn't be too good if word got out. Li Zongjio was naturally happy. After a year, how many soul beans would that be? It had to be said that these people were really generous. They gave out tens of thousands of soul beans in one go. After Lingyu left, Li Zongjio opened the storage ring left behind by Taoist 5 Poisons. Chapter 1646. Someone like Taoist 5 Poisons definitely had a great background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to make a move in someone else's small mountain residence. To be able to open an inn, one had to have the protection of a Heaven Realm expert. However, they definitely wouldn't give anyone the chance to kill their way in. After all, the purpose of opening an inn was to create a safe reputation. Li Zongjio opened the latter's storage ring. He was immediately stunned by Taoist 5 Poisons collection. A total of 200,000 soul beans. How many people did this guy kill? Or was it that things like soul beans were actually worthless in front of the incarnations of true monarchs? That was why such a large batch had suddenly appeared. This truly caused Li Zongjio to be incomparably shocked and astonished. A collection of 200,000 soul beans. In an instant, it caused Li Zongjio to be in a state of sudden wealth. Apart from that, there was also a set of secret cultivation manuals. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that its level wasn't low. 5 Poisons Exterminating God Sutra. Li Zongjio casually flipped through it. This sort of thing wasn't very useful to him. So he casually tossed the 5 Poisons Exterminating God Sutra to Ao Tian. Ao Tian was currently refining Taoist 5 Poisons Pearl. This 5 Poisons Pearl was the power that Taoist 5 Poisons had cultivated his entire life. Originally, if this 5 Poisons Pearl had been summoned back by its original owner, there would have been a chance to recover this power. Who knew that Ao Tian would bite down on it? This was something that Li Zongjio hadn't expected. His experience of killing a Heaven Realm expert was only this one time. Next time, he definitely wouldn't let the opponent's power escape. These were all the essence of power. Collecting them and absorbing them was also a good thing. At the very least, the absorption effects would far surpass the effects of soul beans. Li Zongjio prepared to make a trip to the transaction hall to sell this 5 Poisons Exterminating God Sutra. This item wasn't very useful in his hands. However, Li Zongjio suddenly thought of something. If he wanted to maintain a gang, he would have to add something to the gang as a reward. Only in this way would he be able to increase the enthusiasm of the gang. However, Li Zongjio couldn't figure out what he needed these people to do in order to reward them. Keep it for now. Afterwards, Li Zongjio took out several treasures from the storage ring of Taoist Master 5 Poisons. For ordinary people, this was simply the king of hell, a truly poisonous item. He didn't even want to touch it. However, for Ao Tian, this was definitely an extremely nourishing item. 4 types of highly toxic substances. This guy's 5 poison extermination mantra also has it written. In addition to your little poison dragon's poison dragon pearl, it's just enough to form this 5 poison formation? You're lucky. Since you've encountered it, I'll leave it to you. Li Zongjio very generously gave these 4 extremely precious poisons to Ao Tian. Originally, Taoist Master 5 Poisons wanted to refine these 5 types of highly toxic substances to form his 5 poison extermination mantra and use it to break through his cultivation realm. However, he didn't expect to be killed by Li Zongjio halfway through. Of course, Li Zongjio didn't leave any face for him. He killed him directly. Everything was taken advantage of by Ao Tian. Ao Tian was also wild with joy. With these things, he could continue to break through. In fact, this time, he had a chance to break through to the Heaven Realm. Right now, Ao Tian was doing his best to cultivate and refine the item in his hand. However, this required time. Therefore, Honglong's side could only be delayed for a while. Li Zongjio also wanted to take this opportunity to feel the power of 100,000 soul beans. They came to the trading hall. Li Zongjio had also chosen carefully. Moreover, Li Zongjio had learned to be smarter. He directly hid his figure and bought a small tool to temporarily change his appearance. It wasn't that Li Zongjio was afraid of trouble. The main thing was that he had so many soul beans on him. He wasn't afraid of being stolen, but he was afraid of being remembered. These soul beans weren't a small number. Who knew how long it would take for Li Zongjio's gang to receive these 200,000 soul beans? Therefore, it was more practical to kill these experts and earn money quickly. High risk, high reward. This was very normal. This was the way of the world. Li Zongjio was also very clear. If you didn't have enough strength, then you would only end up being crippled. 100,000 soul beans. This was enough to buy many high-grade items. He browsed through many level 12 pills. Some extremely powerful immortal weapons were ejected by Li Zongjio one by one. These things didn't catch his eye. They didn't suit his taste. It would be best if it could increase his intrinsic strength in one go. This thing is interesting. Li Zongjio suddenly saw a special item described on the menu. It was stored under the category of special items. He hadn't seen it before. The reason why it was special was because very few people could choose it. At the same time, it was also because very few people could use it. A bottle of chaotic aura. When Li Zongjio saw this name, he couldn't shift his gaze away. He stared at the chaotic aura in front of him. Unknowingly, even his breathing became a little hurried. This thing can be sold? Li Zongjio didn't know where this chaotic aura came from. Even just 3 streaks of chaotic aura directly created a primordial chaos bell. The powerful ability of the primordial chaos bell was still vivid in his mind. But where did the chaotic aura come from? Li Zongjio didn't know. He didn't know the situation at all. Therefore, when Li Zongjio saw that the chaotic aura could be sold, he couldn't help but admire the mysterious Heaven Emperor. He couldn't be so awesome. The chaotic aura could restrain many things. Now that Li Zongjio had discovered the usefulness of the chaotic aura, he was naturally overjoyed. He immediately looked at the price. 98,000. Li Zongjio rolled his eyes on the spot. A tier 12 pill was only worth 20 to 30,000 soul beans, but this bottle of primal chaos aura was sold for 98,000. Who could afford it? No wonder it was placed in such an inconspicuous place. Most importantly, even if one could afford the primal chaos energy, very few would buy it. If they couldn't refine it, it would be a bottle of poison after drinking it. I'll buy it. Anyway, these soul beans were all snatched from others. At the very least, there was still a guild creation token that could be sold for a lot of money. He paid 98,000 soul beans. The shop assistant took out a small, worn-out bottle from under the cabinet. There was even a seal on it. Chapter 1647. Li Zongjio put away the bottle. Then, he left the trading hall in a low-key manner. This time, no one was following him. However, Li Zongjio also saw a few people who were also being targeted by others. Obviously, these people were also novices. They were probably going to experience what Li Zongjio had experienced. There were also many new people being born every day. There were even many puppets appearing, making it impossible to tell which ones were which ones. Anyway, there were rewards all the same. They just needed to take these rewards. Li Zongjio returned to the mountain residence. The members of the Green Gang also noticed Commander Mishir's actions and reported back some information about Commander Mishir. Since they had joined the gang, they must listen to the gang leader's orders. Otherwise, they could easily get rid of them. If the gang leader dealt with them, they would be in trouble. Therefore, without any rewards, these gang members were also willing to help you and complete some tasks. At least Hong Long was not in any danger at the moment, which made Li Zongjio relax. At the same time, Li Zongjio also asked someone to pass on a message to Commander Mishir. They would meet 3 days later for another negotiation. This way, Hong Long would at least be able to keep his life safe and sound during these 3 days. Li Zongjio knew that Hong Long would not die so easily, but he still wanted the latter to at least be at ease. At the same time, he wanted Commander Mishir to be sure that at least he would not rush in recklessly and disturb Li Zongjio's plan. 3 days was enough for Ao Tian to complete his evolution. At the same time, it would take at most 2 or 3 days to refine the chaotic chi in his hand. Only after refining it would he have enough strength to fight with the other party. Commander Mishir was not like Taoist Master Five Poisons, a lone wolf. There were many experts under Commander Mishir's command. If they found something wrong, these people would definitely take action, and the scene would be very dangerous. Ao Tian had absorbed the 4 great poisons and the essence of Spiritual Master Five Poisons Poison Pearl. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he was rapidly condensing his strength and breaking through. He was sprinting towards the limits of his realm. Li Zongjio opened the primal chaos aura that he had spent 100,000 soul beans to buy. It was in the formation in his courtyard. It was refining in the entire Crimson Soul City. Other than here, there was really no other place that was safer than this. Every place was filled with danger. However, the background of this small mountain residence seemed to be not small. This time, the owner of the small mountain residence was a little angry. Therefore, this period of time at least was absolutely safe. However, if I spend a few more soul beans to buy a piece of land and upgrade it into my sex encampment, I'll be able to guarantee my own safety. As Li Zongjio thought about it, he already had a plan in his heart. Within his own gang's encampment, Li Zongjio could kill people. Moreover, within this range, Li Zongjio was practically a god. It was strong enough to kill anyone at any time. Therefore, Li Zongjio liked this very much. If he was unhappy with someone, he could just trick them into coming to his house. Then he could settle it. All problems would be solved. However, it was extremely difficult for them to become a second-rank guild. It wasn't that easy. They needed a total of 600,000 soul beans. Even including the price of buying real estate, the amount was incalculable. They would need at least 700,000 to 800,000 soul beans to apply for a second-rank guild. To be able to establish a first-rank gang was already very difficult. To upgrade to a second-rank gang was even more difficult. Right now, there were only 3 second-rank gangs in the city. One could only imagine how difficult it was to do so. Could it be that these people who came and went did not want to establish a second-rank gang? Of course not. Within the city, there were tens of small first-rank gangs. However, there were only so many second-rank gangs. Li Zongjio wanted to go and see where he could choose a good location. Taoist Master 5 Poisons was simply his gift giver, bringing him so much good fortune. In the future, when he saw Taoist Master 5 Poisons' true body, he would properly thank him. He had destroyed Taoist Master 5 Poisons' incarnation. Then Taoist Master 5 Poisons' true body would definitely obtain Li Zongjio's identity. As for when he would take revenge on him, it was hard to say. Therefore, Li Zongjio had to be extra careful. Otherwise, if this person had a few Heaven Realm incarnations, they would directly kill him. Then, he would be in trouble. After all, he did not know exactly how many incarnations the other party had. Therefore, Li Zongjio had to continuously increase his own strength. Only his own strength was the true way of the king. Everything else was also fleeting clouds. Li Zongjio, in his secret training room, opened the jar of chaotic energy in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying chaotic energy filled the air. If the chaotic power that Li Zongjio had discovered in the primordial chaos bell was like a small stream, then what about the primordial chaos bell? Then the chaotic energy that appeared in front of him was like a vast ocean. Its strength was millions, tens of millions of times stronger than before. Such a difference in strength also made Li Zongjio feel it very strongly. It was as if it was not him absorbing this chaotic energy, but this chaotic energy was absorbing him. Oh no, I'm going to be devoured by this chaotic energy. In the next moment, Li Zongjio felt an enormous suction force coming from this chaotic energy, directly sucking him in. Instantly, Li Zongjio felt as if his soul was being absorbed by the chaotic energy. He came to a place of chaos. The things that he had cultivated before were actually blasted into pieces in an instant. It was as if the power that he had cultivated for many years was penetrated and destroyed by the chaotic energy at this moment. Everything returned to chaos. Li Zongjio could feel an endless amount of chaotic energy penetrating through his body. All kinds of power that had accumulated in his body. Omnidirectional hell technique, mental power, flame power, they were all directly blasted into pieces. Therefore, his own power was also destroyed in an instant. At the end of the destruction, Li Zongjio's body was only left with a trace of chaotic energy. There were still remnants on his body. It was also this chaotic energy that protected Li Zongjio. Otherwise, Li Zongjie would have been directly turned into chaos by this chaotic energy. Everything would disappear as well. It was precisely because this chaotic energy was so dangerous that it was listed in the special 5th grade. Anyone who knew how powerful this chaotic energy was would not take the initiative to come into contact with it. However, the chaotic energy itself was also quite precious. Therefore, the price was also very high. Li Zongjie's last bit of primal chaos force protected his origin source as it drifted in the boundless primal chaos chi. Chapter 1648. Suddenly, there seemed to be a ray of light in the chaos. Immediately after, the primal chaos energy woke up like a pot of boiling water. Such a force had finally appeared in the endless primal chaos. It was a hammer, a very small hammer. It was so inconspicuous that it looked very ordinary, but it was full of power. Such a terrifying force exploded in an instant. Then, the hammer seemed to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy. Gradually, the endless chaotic energy was absorbed into the hammer. Immediately, the hammer in Lin Fan's hand grew bigger and bigger. Boom! At a certain moment, Li Zongjie seemed to be awakened by the explosive force in the hammer. Immediately, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He opened his eyes. Li Zongjie was still sitting in the small room. There was nothing around him. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The bottle that contained the chaotic chi in front of Li Zongjie was empty and had disappeared. Li Zongjie touched his body and found that there were no changes. Everything that had happened earlier on was just like a very, very long dream. My cultivation seems to have not changed, but my will. Li Zongjie quickly summoned his hammer of will. When he saw the hammer in his hand, although it was black, there seemed to be a force flowing on it. The appearance of this force was very obvious. Primal chaos energy. My will has fused with the primal chaos energy. The power within the chaotic chi was so strong that Li Zongjie had no way of absorbing it at all. Fortunately, his willpower was able to absorb the chaotic chi directly. Chaotic hammer of will. Li Zongjie could only call it that. Although this hammer of will was only a manifestation of his own will, Li Zongjie could still use it easily. This hammer was Li Zongjie's own will, and it was also where the power he could mobilize was located. It was extremely powerful. Even Li Zongjie did not expect such an accident to happen. After all, the cultivation of will was more difficult. In comparison, there was still a big gap. Li Zongjie was also worried. However, this time, Li Zongjie's will had completely stepped into the celestial realm. The will of the celestial realm. It was equivalent to having the mind power of the celestial realm. Li Zongjie had already broken through the most difficult stage. He did not expect to break through under such circumstances. Indeed, having soul beings was the way to go. Li Zongjie could even purchase the chaotic energy directly. After purchasing it, it raised Li Zongjie's strength to his current level. That was pretty terrifying indeed. Only with sufficient financial resources would one be able to possess formidable strength. Li Zongjie could be considered to have found a shortcut. It was no wonder that it was difficult for people to go back after coming to the Great World. Although it was not safe in the Great World, these unsafe factors were what these people really desired. Without these things, they would feel a little lonely and bored. However, Li Zongjie's will was strong enough. He would not lose himself in this world of power. In the end, he was like a gambler on the gambling table. Even if he won a lot in the end, he was unwilling to leave in the end. In the end, he would return all of it. This was a very realistic description. No one could control their own desires. At least 99% of people could not. At this moment, Li Zongjie himself was very clear about it. He had to control the power, not let the power control him. It was not just an ordinary celestial realm. At the same time, Li Zongjie's hammer of chaotic will also had the chaotic energy, which directly became a very terrifying weapon. It was estimated that not many people could withstand this hammer. If there was, then he would give it another hammer. Li Zongjie found Aotian. At this moment, Aotian was at the final juncture of breaking through. He had already completely refined his own power. Right now, Aotian's body was entangled like a longworm. His body was also gradually releasing a terrifying poisonous gas. However, this poisonous gas would not harm the surrounding things. It was just surrounding Aotian to protect him. It could be considered as a self-defense mechanism. This thing was extremely powerful. Li Zongjio looked at the time funnel. Only a day had passed in the chaotic world. If not for the time funnel and Aotian's situation, Li Zongjio would have thought that several months or even years had passed. After all, in the chaotic world, there was nothing but this endless power of nothingness. One could not feel the passage of time at all. The poisonous gas that was surrounding Aotian seemed to have turned into a huge poisonous cocoon. Finally, a burst of power erupted from this poisonous cocoon and rushed to the sky. Li Zongjio casually set up a formation to conceal this terrifying movement. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of many people. Lingyu, who was in the bamboo forest, also felt that there was a sudden surge of terrifying power in Li Zongjio's courtyard. It came from poisonous dragon Aotian. This guy is so arrogant and unruly, yet he's so surprising. He really makes people love and hate him. The corners of Lingyu's mouth could not help but curl up. She was naturally very interested in people like Li Zongjio. The latter's cold arrogance was not faked. Moreover, with the latter's strength alone, he indeed had the ability to do so to such an extent. Even an expert of the celestial realm directly fell here. Perhaps there was an even bigger surprise on Li Zongjio's body. Now the surprise had arrived. Even Li Zongjio's pet had broken through to the celestial realm. To be precise, it was Li Zongjio's mount. Even his mount could break through to the celestial realm. It must have obtained a lot of good things, which surprised Lingyu. Many people who obtain things would want to take it to the trading hall and sell it for soul beans to use for their own cultivation. Who would be like Li Zongjio, who actually used it on his mount? Did he not know that in this world, only his own strength was the most reliable? Was he too careless, or was the latter too confident? Lingyu was already interested in Li Zongjio, just as Lingyu's imagination was running wild. Poisonous dragon Aotian had already split open the poisonous cocoon. A pitch-black poisonous armor slowly crawled out of the poisonous cocoon. The power in his body had also undergone a qualitative change. Chapter 1649. Aotian felt that he had never felt so powerful before. At this moment he was extremely excited. "Thank you, master." Aotian came before Li Zongjio and said respectfully. At this moment, Aotian really regarded Li Zongjio as his master. Before this, Aotian thought that he was forced to stay by Li Zongjio's side because of the pressure and the fact that he had nowhere to go. But who knew that Li Zongjio would fight 5 poison sage, who was in the celestial realm, for him? This could be said to be a very risky action. He did not expect Li Zongjio to be willing to do so. Now that he had killed Taoist 5 poisons and given him the 4 treasures that Taoist 5 poisons had painstakingly collected, he was able to have today's breakthrough and have his current strength. This was extremely surprising and pleasantly surprising. He never thought that Li Zongjio in front of him was so sentimental. He valued him so much. This made Aotian feel very touched. "You've broken through. Let me see how strong you are." Li Zongjio really wanted to feel the power of the hammer of primal chaos while in his hand. Furthermore, proud Heaven's black armor looked even more majestic after his breakthrough, and looked even more baleful than before. He had the aura of a divine beast. Hence, Li Zongjio also made this request. Aotian naturally could not ask for more. Although he had fought with Li Zongjio in the poisoned Dragon Mountain stronghold before, at that time, it could only be said that they were evenly matched. Both of them stopped at a certain point and did not use their strongest killer moves. It could not be counted too much. Of course, if both of them used their killer moves at the same time In terms of strength, they were about the same. Now that he had broken through to the celestial realm, Aotian also wanted to feel how strong his strength was. The master was the master. Testing his strength was also a test. It was better than not knowing anything. The two of them hit it off. They flew directly to the outside of Red Soul City. He found a place in the wilderness. Aotian transformed into a poisonous dragon. It circled around in the sky. Li Zongjio let Aotian make the first move. Aotian opened his bloody mouth. There seemed to be a pitch-black cloud between heaven and earth that opened and closed at this moment, directly devouring Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio circulated his chaotic force under the poison and actually expelled the poison from his body. Boom! A powerful force spread out. Li Zongjio directly rushed out of the poisonous world without any injuries. Aotian saw that Li Zongjio's body seemed to be easily refining and absorbing some of the poisonous gas on his body. It was so easy that it didn't hurt Li Zongjio at all. This made Aotian very surprised. His poison was a combination of the power of 5 poisons. Even a celestial realm expert could only bow his head and admit his mistake when encountering this poisonous gas. However, Li Zongjio easily absorbed all the poisonous gas around his body. Your poison and the 5 poisons, spiritual master, come from the same source. Although it's very powerful, I'm basically immune to it now. Li Zongjio said. The poisonous gas that Aotian released just now had already completely rotted a barren mountain. However, he couldn't hurt Li Zongjio in the slightest. To Aotian, this outcome was indeed a little shocking. Come and take a hammer from me. Li Zongjio summoned his chaotic hammer of will. Although Li Zongjio's yuan power had not broken through to the celestial realm, it was only at the level of innate level 9. However, his mental strength had already reached the celestial realm. This was very surprising. Immediately, a terrifying aura attacked. Aotian was also prepared to go all out to defend against Li Zongjio's next attack. Aotian roared, and the scales on his body seemed to be released at this moment, turning into a protective armor and protecting Aotian's body. Li Zongjio saw that Aotian was already prepared. Immediately, he leaped up and waved the chaotic hammer in his hand 100 meters away. A surge of chaotic energy descended from the sky and appeared out of thin air. As if it had appeared out of nowhere, it blasted directly on Aotian's body. Aotian's humongous body was sent rolling for over 100 rounds. It was unknown how many stones and trees were crushed along the way. Finally, it came to a stop with a loud bang. The terrifying vibrating force was indeed too shocking. Aotian was already about to fall into a coma. The suppression and impact of this power made the scales that he had painstakingly grown look like they were about to be blown away. In the end, they were suppressed bit by bit. Fortunately, Li Zongjio didn't use all his strength when he swung the hammer just now. Otherwise, the scales on Aotian's body would have been shattered. Master, your power is too strong. Aotian was full of admiration. Li Zongjio finally smiled when he felt the power in his body. At least, he finally had the strength to establish himself in this great world. The power in his hands made Li Zongjio feel more secure. Let's go and pack up. We're about to set off. It's going to be a tough battle. Li Zongjio said. Even with his current strength, Li Zongjio felt that he might not be able to defeat Commander Mishur. However, he could at least put up a fight. There's still some time now. There's a chance to perfect the plan. Aotian transformed into his human form. Although he still didn't know what Li Zongjio was thinking, he knew that whatever Li Zongjio was thinking about was definitely not something good. Li Zongjio and Aotian also asked around. They finally found out what the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was doing. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had recently found an ancient ferocious spirit. They were now leading a team and organizing many experts to deal with the ancient ferocious spirit. Li Zongjio had never seen an ancient ferocious spirit before. However, Aotian knew that it was a kind of soul that had been imprisoned for an unknown reason. After tens of thousands of years, it finally became an extremely ferocious spiritual body. Usually, there would be special crystals in their bodies. However, the existence of these crystals was also very valuable. Now, these ferocious spirits were usually hidden and rarely showed themselves. The people of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had obviously found such a ferocious spirit by accident. Hence, they organized a team. This was also a daily activity of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could such a large group of people contribute so many things to the Alliance? They had to organize such activities to ensure the income of the Alliance members. Chapter 1650. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance had lost so many experts and core members this time. Li Zongjio had spent a lot of soul beans to find information about the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the mission hall. From Aotian's point of view, such an action was very unreasonable. He was extremely confused and could not understand it at all. However, if Aotian could understand it, he would not be a dragon. He would be a human. If it were an ordinary person, they would not know how to get these things. In reality, these rules were always there. Moreover, this was the limitless true flame great world, which was more realistic. After the two of them received the news, they immediately rushed in the direction described in the information. About 300 miles away from the Scarlet Spirit City, a cave appeared. In this cave, there was actually a 30,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Under such a ferocious spirit, there would usually be some treasures hidden. Other than that, killing such a ferocious spirit would give 1,000 of soul beans. One should not underestimate such a number. This was already a very good return. If one was lucky, one might even be able to obtain some good treasures. These treasures could be sold for a good price. Of course, hunting ancient ferocious spirits was also a very dangerous thing. There was a high possibility of losing one's life if one was not careful. Sometimes, some people would even take the initiative to sacrifice their own life in exchange for a chance to attack with golden-grade ferocious spirits. This time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had organized a crazy attack. There were close to 20 core members. These people were almost all present. With these people's strength, they would naturally be able to solve some problems. However, this time the information was wrong. The opponent was a 10,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Moreover, it was a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. Its strength was twice as strong as what they had heard previously. Although the 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit was only 20,000 years more, even if it was only 1 year more, it was already on a different level. Alliance leader, are we still going to fight? Many people hesitated. After all, this was a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit. If the previous leaders were still around, they would definitely be able to kill this ferocious spirit if they had a fierce battle with it. But in the current situation, they were severely understaffed. Moreover, their own sects were already on the verge of collapsing. It was almost impossible to support such a huge expenditure. That was why they took such a risk and did such a thing. It was shocking and even more shocking. If they suffered another huge loss this time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would be in trouble. What are you panicking for? I'm here. So what if it's only 50,000 years? Attack! The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was a man of steel. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance was built by him single-handedly. Although he did not know what had happened, someone had destroyed almost half of his hard work. However, it didn't matter. He still had plenty of time to rebuild the Sky Fiend Union. As long as he was in the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it would not be a problem. He was where the true soul resided. It was because he was in the Heaven Realm. At that moment, he did not waste any more words with the other party. Without any hesitation, he rushed out with a huge axe in his hand. As he rushed out, he angered the ferocious spirit in the cave. It's a 3-headed demon wolf. A 3-headed demon wolf. That meant it had 3 heads. Among the ancient ferocious spirits, it was already an extremely ferocious existence. Hence, When they saw the three-headed demon wolf appear, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared, and the huge axe in his hand slammed down. The people behind him were also prepared. One by one, they rushed forward and unleashed their attacks. Their attacks were released. The attacks came in waves. It never stopped. It was such a concentrated attack that was able to kill the other party. However, this three-headed demon wolf was not to be trifled with. It was also not at the level that they had dealt with previously. It left its cave and rushed out, sending the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance flying. At the same time, it moved and rushed towards the other experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were not in a hurry. They quickly formed a battle formation. At the same time, they trapped the other party within it. They surrounded and attacked the terrifying ancient ferocious spirit in front of them. The three-headed demonic wolf continued to bite and tear. Terrifying yuan power undulations were continuously released and swept towards them. Boom! 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 Many of them were sent flying. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance suddenly activated his power. The axe in his hand suddenly chopped off one of the heads of the three-headed demon wolf. Instantly, the latter's power was greatly reduced. At the same time, there were also many experts who were sent flying by the shockwave. Everyone, hurry up! He's about to die! The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared. The axe in his hand chopped down on the other head of the ancient demonic wolf. Finally, under the joint efforts of everyone, the second head was chopped off, just when everyone thought that the ancient demonic wolf was about to die. Who knew that the three-headed demon wolf would spit out a blue flame from its mouth. It instantly burned the 5 experts in front of it to ashes. Boom! The last head was finally chopped off by the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, he did not manage to chop it off successfully. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance was severely injured. With a forceful shake, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not expect the ancient demonic wolf to be so ferocious. If the ancient demonic wolf was still alive, he would not know how powerful it was. Fortunately, the ancient demonic wolf was now dead. This gave them a chance to take down the person in front of them. After fighting for close to 10 minutes, they finally managed to severely injure the three-headed demon wolf. The latter fell heavily on the ground. At this moment, more than half of the core members of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were killed. No one had expected such a situation to occur. Even the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not expect things to develop to this stage. It was hard for him to accept. However, at least he managed to kill the three-headed demon wolf. However, just as the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was about to kill the ancient demonic wolf, all of a sudden he felt that there was a force that seemed to be approaching. Suddenly, the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance became alert. Who is it? Li Zhongjie and Ao Tian appeared. Those who appeared at such a critical moment were either friends or enemies. Under normal circumstances, the possibility of enemies was higher. Chapter 1651. Now, the three-headed demon wolf was on its last breath. Moreover, so many experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were severely injured. Not only were they severely injured, but their formation was also damaged. The strength of their subordinates was not proportional at all. At such a crucial moment, 2 mysterious figures appeared. Furthermore, they were in such a remote area. Naturally, it was suspicious. If these people were just passing by, it would be too far-fetched. Alliance leader, this person is number 1 on our blacklist. Before this, Li Zhongjie was also number 1 on the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's blacklist. When the subordinates saw Li Zhongjie approaching, they basically saw Li Zhongjie's hatred. He was an enemy. It's you. You killed my Heavenly Fiend Alliance's men and stole our treasures. The Alliance leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance recalled that the person he hated the most in the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was Li Zhongjie. It was precisely because of Li Zongjiu that so many people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were killed. The second and third brothers were killed by him. Apart from that, the treasures in the underground palace were also stolen by Li Zongjiu. This made the alliance leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance extremely angry. He even wanted to make up for such a huge loss. Hence, he personally took part in such a mission. All of this was because of Li Zongjiu. If not for Li Zongjiu, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would have fallen to such a state. How could his Heavenly Fiend Alliance be reduced to such a state? They had even lost many of their brothers for the sake of this three-headed demon wolf. Although these people were just expendable goods to him. However, when the time came for them to be of use, these people would be able to play a role. Kill. Of course, Li Zongjiu did not have much to say to them. After meeting each other, it could be considered as a greeting. Those who could escape in time would escape directly. Those who couldn't escape in time and wanted to stay would have to fight a bloody battle. Ao Tian also let out a furious roar. His body transformed into a huge poisonous dragon, and he quickly rushed towards a dozen experts below. Li Zongjiu lifted his hammer and charged towards the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Boom! Immediately, this terrifying power erupted. Li Zongjiu swung the hammer of chaos in his hand towards the Alliance Master of the Sky Fiend Alliance. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance growled. He channeled the elemental energy in his body and blasted it towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Both of their auras instantly clashed. However, Li Zongjiu's primal chaos power was able to disintegrate the Sky Fiend Alliance Master's attack. What kind of power is this? The Sky Fiend Alliance Master had not expected that Li Zongjiu's power would be so formidable that it would be able to destroy his attack. Furthermore, this power landed on his body in an instant. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying. Boom! The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was sent flying dozens of meters away. He was severely injured. The latter had the strength of the celestial realm. But under the hands of Li Zongjiu, he was directly blasted out with just such a move. The power of the primal chaos power was not something that could be blocked so easily. That was why the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was so shocked. He was shocked by Li Zongjiu's power. The effect of the battle is so good. Li Zongjiu had not expected this. He had only used less than 50% of his power in that attack, as he was afraid that he would kill the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance instantly. If that was the case, Li Zongjiu would have fewer arrangements to make. However, he would suffer a lot of losses. This trip was not just for the ancient ferocious spirit. There were ancient ferocious spirits everywhere. How could they be here just to snatch the prey of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? After all, Li Zongjiu did not say that he was here specifically to target the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Ao Tian had already scattered the dozen or so core experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Some of them were dead, while the rest had escaped. This was because these people realized that Ao Tian was a Heavenly Realm being. Regardless of whether one was a Heavenly Realm human or dragon, one's power was extremely terrifying. It was not something that could be easily blocked. Hence, these people had the chance to escape. It was not worth it to die here for nothing. Moreover, the Alliance Master himself had been sent flying by someone. Hence, the situation had become quite critical. It was not a situation where one could leave just because one wanted to. Why are you targeting the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? The Alliance Master was extremely puzzled. When he saw his subordinates being chased away by Ao Tian, he questioned Li Zongjiu. He really could not figure out how he had offended Li Zongjiu. This terrifying person had never seen Li Zongjiu before. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to target you." Li Zongjiu waved his hand helplessly. Suddenly, he heard fighting sounds coming from behind him. He saw that Ao Tian had already pressed the three-headed demon wolf that was about to launch a sneak attack on him to the ground. Then he launched a biting attack on the three-headed demon wolf. The three-headed demon wolf in front of him was easily put down on the ground. Slash. The three-headed demon wolf's body was easily bitten into pieces. Clearly, under the attack of the poison Dragoneo Tian, even a 50,000-year-old ancient ferocious spirit did not have much power to resist. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance saw the scene. Almost 3,000 soul beings were dropped from the three-headed demon wolf's body. At the same time, there was a small piece of black metal. Although he could not see it clearly, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance knew very clearly that a treasure had dropped. Immediately, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's heart skipped a beat. He was extremely regretful. If he and the others had killed the ferocious spirit earlier, he would have returned to his residence by now. However, he still fell. He fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. Given the other party's strength and ability to find him, he must have a very strong background. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the entire Heavenly Fiend Alliance by himself. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a strong background. Moreover, his mount was of the Heaven Realm. No matter how one looked at it, Li Zongjiu was also a very powerful person. The reason why he appeared here was because the latter wanted to deal with him. As for him, he had already become a lone wolf without any help. Impossible. He had already escaped. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Li Zongjiu did not expect the person in front of him to have such a high level of awareness. They had only started fighting for a short while, and he was already thinking of surrendering. He even started to talk about conditions. As long as you can spare my life, I will agree to any conditions. The Alliance Master of the Sky Fiend Alliance had seen experts and powerhouses before. In the eyes of a true expert, the lives of these people were not worth mentioning at all. They could take their lives away with a wave of their hand. They did not care about your life at all. If he did not grasp this precious chance to live, he might die in the next moment. Oh, you're pretty smart. What's the address of your gang? What's your gang's address? Is it peaceful? Li Zongjiu asked. Why would he buy something that he could snatch? Chapter 1652. Li Zongjiu had already understood this principle. In fact, this principle was even more useful in the great world. There wouldn't be any problems if one just attacked directly. The only problem was that one's strength was far from enough. Only a second-grade faction needs an address. Could it be that you, the latter, was naturally very surprised? Could it be that Li Zongjiu was already able to establish a second-grade faction? He couldn't tell whether Li Zongjiu had a faction or not. However, establishing a faction required at least 2 guild creation tokens and 100,000 soul beans. Previously, he had obtained such an opportunity with the help of others. However, Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him, also had such strength. This made him very surprised. Give me your address, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Back then, the latter had spent a lot of money to finally find such a precious piece of land. Now, under Li Zongjiu's coercion, he could only hand over the title deed in his hands. He placed it in Li Zongjiu's hands. It's actually 600 square meters. You're quite generous. When Li Zongjiu saw the information on the title deed, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, he didn't expect the latter to know how to enjoy life. During this process, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master didn't mention the person behind him. The person behind him was a subordinate of the City Lord. Did he specialize in doing things? Since the other party dared to come knocking on his door, it meant that Li Zongjiu had already thoroughly investigated his background. Therefore, there was no need for him to explain anything. Sometimes, he would even bring disaster to himself. Originally, he would have a way out, but he liked to ask this and that. In the end, he would lose his life for nothing. Therefore, he endured it. He didn't ask about Li Zongjiu's background. He immediately sold the manor that originally belonged to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to Li Zongjiu for 1 soul bean. The two of them completed the transaction, and Li Zongjiu's name appeared on the title deed in their hands. With this, the matter was settled. "Well done, but you have to do one more thing for me," Li Zongjiu said. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master did not understand what Li Zongjiu was trying to do. However, he had no choice but to agree to Li Zongjiu's request. "Mi Shi, you want to deal with Commander Mi Shi?" When the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance heard Li Zongjiu's request, he was shocked, because what Li Zongjiu said just now was that he should invite Commander Mi Shi to his manor tomorrow. Of course, this manor now belonged to Li Zongjiu. "After this, I'll let you off, and I won't cause trouble for the Heavenly Fiend Alliance anymore," Li Zongjiu said calmly. The latter understood that Li Zongjiu was not very clear. However, this matter was related to Commander Mi Shi. If Li Zongjiu was crippled in the end, it would be difficult for him to protect his own life. He had offended both sides. Similarly, he couldn't afford to offend both sides. However, if he didn't agree to Li Zongjiu's request now, Li Zongjiu would definitely kill him. He wouldn't be able to live past today. At first, he was in a difficult position, but in the end he agreed to help Li Zongjiu and invite Commander Mi Shi to this place. Li Zongjiu and Ao Tian came directly to this manor, which was called Cold Moon Villa. If Li Zongjiu had heard of the names of the few great commanders in the Crimson Soul City, then he would probably know what exactly this Cold Moon Villa represented. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu didn't know. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was careful not to reveal the relationship between them to Li Zongjiu, so Li Zongjiu wouldn't know at the moment. In Cold Moon Villa, the experts who originally belonged to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had basically received the news that the Alliance Master was transferring them. Moreover, this was no longer the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's encampment. It was hard for them to imagine what had happened to make their gang leader lose the gang's base. This really made them puzzled, but perhaps there were other arrangements. When Li Zongjiu and Ao Tian arrived, however, when they saw the Cold Moon Villa from afar, they felt a chill run down their spines. Why do they all like to call themselves you? Li Zongjiu was speechless. Just now, Li Zongjiu had met at least 3 months. The Thousand Moon Sect Master should also be called Qianyu. There was also a very powerful array master called Lingyu. Now that there was a Cold Moon Villa, the previous owner was most likely called Hanyu or something. Was it because the people in this world didn't know how to name things because they didn't read much? Although Li Zongjiu was just casually ridiculing. But after the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance heard it, his heart skipped a beat. Everyone was called you? In the entire Crimson Spirit City, there were very few people who dared to name themselves you. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was one. But the Thousand Moon Sect Master had his own background. There were people above him. Besides, there was an expert who lived in seclusion, called Fairy Lingyu. Then there was this Commander Hanyu. Other than that, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance didn't expect anyone else to be called you. Of course, it was also possible that they were just ordinary people. It was hard to say. It wasn't necessarily necessary to know someone who was very skilled. Those who were mediocre, there were many who weren't very famous. Maybe there was someone called you. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't know that there were only so many people in total, and he actually bumped into them directly. Moreover, he even had some connections with them intentionally or unintentionally. If Li Zongjiu knew about it, he would be very surprised. He asked the latter to write an invitation letter. Li Zongjiu summoned the elite team over and asked one of them to deliver the invitation letter to Commander Mi Shi. The general idea was that Li Zongjiu had finally found a connection with the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. He wanted to ask Commander Mi Shi to give him some face in the territory of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Everyone just had to compensate and not make a big deal out of it. As for the specifics, they would come over first and talk about it slowly. When Commander Mi Shi received the letter, he smiled disdainfully. "Scoundrel! I gave you 3 days to find such a piece of trash. The face of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is nothing. But I can't afford to offend that woman. Let's see what you're up to first. I want to see who is so arrogant to provoke me." Although Commander Mishur was prepared to give face to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he definitely wouldn't let Li Zongjiu off easily. Otherwise, his Mishur army wouldn't be able to survive in this city in the future. Li Zongjiu definitely didn't know Commander Han Yu. Otherwise, Commander Han Yu would be the one looking for him, not the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Commander Mishur had to give face just because he had some connections. It wasn't that easy to give face. Even if he gave it to him, it wouldn't be that easy to take it. If he didn't show some courage, he wouldn't know that he couldn't afford to offend those people in this city. Chapter 1653. Li Zongjiu took out the Guild Creation token in his hand. When he put the two Guild Creation tokens together, a thought appeared in his mind. This thought reminded Li Zongjiu whether or not he should use 100,000 soul beans to upgrade the Guild Creation token. In addition to the soul beans obtained from the 3 demon wolves, the amount of soul beans they obtained was very high. It was just enough for 100,000 soul beans. In the end, it was all thanks to Spiritual Master 5 Poisons. If Spiritual Master 5 Poisons hadn't given Li Zongjiu so many soul beans, this really put Li Zongjiu in a difficult position. 100,000 soul beans were instantly consumed. At the same time, the 2 Guild Creation tokens in his hand merged into one. Moreover, on the Guild Creation token, its luster was also very different. It was originally the color of green iron, but now in his hand it was almost white. His mind was instantly immersed in the Guild Creation token, and he moved out the things inside the Guild Creation token. Very quickly, Li Zongjiu also found the option of the Guild base. His mind moved. Li Zongjiu also pasted the title deed of the Cold Moon Villa in his hand onto the card, as if it was invisible. He read the contents of the title deed. Then, the entire Cold Moon Villa's various landforms appeared in Li Zongjiu's mind. The Cold Moon Villa had changed hands, and at the same time it became Li Zongjiu's guild base. This instantly shocked Li Zongjiu greatly. The entire Cold Moon Villa had become Li Zongjiu's territory. No corner could escape Li Zongjiu's control. Magical eyes. So strong. Li Zongjiu could clearly feel the appearance of his own power. Then, this terrifying power appeared in Li Zongjiu's hands. If Li Zongjiu wanted to kill someone, he only needed a thought. After that, Li Zongjiu also used the guild establishment token to spread the news of the Green Gang's encampment. Everyone in the Green Gang could feel it. Some of the Qing Gang experts who were struggling in the city were also stunned at this moment. They really didn't expect that a gang would be established in such a short time. This meant that the entire gang had already become a second-grade gang. What kind of concept was this? This meant that the Qing Gang had become one of the top 4 gangs in the entire Crimson Spirit City. This was too exaggerated. The members of the Qing Gang couldn't believe it either, mainly because they had never seen the gang leader before. They didn't even know who the real gang leader was, even though they could follow Li Zongjiu's orders. However, he didn't know Li Zongjiu's identity. This was because Li Zongjiu had not been publicly announced in the gang. However, Hong Long, the deputy gang leader, was more well known. However, they heard that the deputy gang leader had been captured. They only knew about this roughly. There were benefits in the gang, but not many people knew about the specific situation. Li Zongjiu arranged for the members of the Qing Gang to stay in the encampment. The Cold Moon Villa directly became Li Zongjiu's territory. This was really shocking. The leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not released. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to use the head of the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance to test the power in his hands. He wanted to see if this kind of power that could casually kill people was suitable for him. However, it seemed that there was no need to do so now. Li Zongjiu could also clearly feel the presence of a powerful force. This was a kind of power given by the rules of the entire world. Therefore, Li Zongjio could use this kind of power. He didn't let the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance out because he was worried that this guy would run out and leak information. What if he scared Commander Mi Shi away? Hong Long would really be finished. Now that he wanted to barge in and drag Hong Long out, it wouldn't be so easy. It wasn't a waste for him to be able to stay in the Red Soul City for so many years. At the same time, he had become a commander and had so many people under him. The next day, originally, Li Zongjio was still worried that the other party wouldn't dare to come. However, Li Zongjio soon realized that he was wrong. What kind of status did the other party have? Even if he knew that this was the territory of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he would definitely dare to come. This was because the Heavenly Fiend Alliance couldn't bear the consequences of killing Commander Mi Shi. It was mainly because of Commander Han Yu's face. Unless Commander Han Yu wanted to deal with Mi Shi and deliberately did this. However, in Commander Mi Shi's eyes, Commander Han Yu wasn't such a person. Therefore, the next day, Commander Mi Shi directly walked over with 8 personal guards escorting Hong Long. After Commander Mi Shi knew Hong Long's real identity, he already knew that it would be useless to kill Hong Long directly. However, Commander Mi Shi guessed that the other party didn't know Hong Long's real identity. Therefore, Hong Long was more or less useful now. Commander Mi Shi and the others swaggered in. Cold Moon Villa. When he walked in, he could clearly feel a chill coming over him. Commander Mi Shi frowned. There were only 2 people waiting for him in the hall, and he didn't know either of them. He didn't see the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, the person beside Commander Mi Shi recognized Li Zongjio. Commander, this is the person who snatched my gang establishment token. This person was the former leader of the Qing gang. This was a very painful experience for the latter. As a leader, he was directly threatened to hand over the gang and the gang establishment token. In the end, he ended up like this. If others knew about this, he would be ridiculed for thousands of years. However, now that Commander Mi Shi was here to support him, he wasn't afraid of anything. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongjio with a cold light flashing in his eyes, as if to tell Li Zongjio that he was dead meat. You must be Commander Mi Shi. Li Zongjio smiled slightly when he saw Commander Mi Shi, who walked in with an extremely imposing aura. It was good that he was here. Who are you? Tell me your name. Where is the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? Ask that guy to come out. Commander Mi Shi sat down and said, He can't come. Li Zongjio said indifferently. Then, a terrifying will suddenly burst out from his eyes. Along with the eruption of this power, Commander Mi Shi and the others trembled in their hearts. The 8 guards beside Commander Mi Shi and the former leader of the Qing gang were instantly turned into ashes with a bang. Bang, bang, bang. There wasn't the slightest bit of sloppiness in this slaughter. At the same time, a tyrannical and unparalleled force instantly shattered the armor on Commander Mi Shi's body. He was seriously injured. Chapter 1654. Li Zongjio's speed was as fast as lightning. He directly killed the group of people in front of him. At the same time, Commander Mi Shi was also seriously injured. His entire body was blasted away. When Hong Long saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. As the deputy leader of the Qing gang, he naturally knew about the gang's encampment. But Hong Long didn't know that Li Zongjio would attack so decisively. He directly killed the man. Hong Long was quite shocked. Only Li Zongjio could do such a thing. These people in front of him had no chance at all. When Li Zongjio made a move, he would not hesitate at all. Hong Long originally thought that Li Zongjio would hesitate a little at this time. At least, he wanted to negotiate with Commander Mi Shi first. He had scruples. Commander Mi Shi had a large number of experts behind him. The Mi Shi army under his command had a total of 500 people. Although he only brought 8 people this time, there were hundreds of experts who hadn't taken action yet. If they knew that Commander Mi Shi was killed by Li Zongjio, these people would definitely not let it go. Once they launched a large-scale attack, they wouldn't dare to enter Cold Moon Villa. But outside Cold Moon Villa, they would definitely wait day and night. After forcing you out, they would directly kill you. There would always be a way to guard you. It was impossible for them to stay in Cold Moon Villa every day. In addition, they would definitely find out all the members of Qing Gang and kill them one by one. It was indeed too risky. How dare you kill me? Commander Mishur was seriously injured, but he could still speak. At this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Li Zongjio in front of him. His eyes were full of disbelief. Why not? Li Zongjio said indifferently. The next moment, Commander Mishur also jumped up, trying to escape from the Cold Moon Villa. However, how could Li Zongjio let him go so easily? If he let him go, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Boom! A surge of power directly obliterated Commander Mishur. It was blasted into pieces. Li Zongjio didn't need to get anything from Commander Mishur. He could just kill him directly. Since Li Zongjio was forced to kill people in this macro world, Li Zongjio could only comply with the rules here and be a good killer. Who was more ruthless? Li Zongjio had never been afraid of anyone. Commander Mishur directly turned into 21 soul beans. Li Zongjio reached out with a wave of his hand and caught all of them, an overbearing commander with 500 men under him. In an instant, they transformed into 21 soul beans. In Honglong and Ao Tian's eyes, it was very unbelievable. Most of the people in the Qing Gang saw this scene as well. Spread the news that the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance killed Commander Mishur. Li Zongjio said to his subordinates. Li Zongjio didn't know them, and they didn't seem to know Li Zongjio either. However, after seeing Li Zongjio's methods, they knew that their Alliance Master would definitely be a very powerful person in the future. He was decisive and ruthless. Commander Mishur, who no one dared to touch, turned into a soul being in his hands. He was really powerful. As for the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, Li Zongjio directly locked him up. First, he messed up the situation. Who knew what would happen here? It was hard for the outside world to know what was going on. Moreover, as long as someone came to make trouble, ordinary people wouldn't be able to figure out the current situation. The situation would become more and more murky. It would be harder than ascending to heaven to find a connection. In the end, even the people who were killing each other didn't know why. Hong Long naturally admired Li Zongjio's methods. Thank you, Alliance Master, for saving my life. Hong Long said to Li Zongjio emotionally. If it wasn't for Li Zongjio, he would have died. After all, not everyone was willing to take such a big risk. They were just strangers who met by chance. Most of the time, Hong Long was just a guide who appeared beside Li Zongjio. In fact, he didn't play much of a role. Li Zongjio sacrificed him, so he was sacrificed. There was nothing he could do. However, Li Zongjio didn't do that. Instead, he went through so much trouble and took such a big risk to kill Commander Mishur. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seemed that even the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had been killed. Li Zongjio took care of it. It was really unexpected. Who could have imagined it? Back then, it was just a simple task. The person he met actually brought about such a big change in his life. It was really unbelievable. Cut the crap. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Li Zongjio said. He didn't waste any time with small talk. He had to settle this matter well. There were still many things to do. Yes, Alliance Master, Hong Long said excitedly. But, Alliance Master, where is this place? Hong Long only knew that the Qing Gang had a gang base, but he didn't know where it was. I think it's called Cold Moon Villa. Li Zongjio said. What? Cold Moon Villa? Hong Long's expression changed tremendously. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance and the Governor of the Red Soul City had a relationship. However, no one knew what kind of relationship it was. There were even many guesses about the location of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's base. However, Hong Long didn't expect that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's base was the famous Cold Moon Villa. Not only that, The entire Cold Moon Villa was snatched away by Li Zhongjiu. This was really too exaggerated. Hong Long couldn't react to it. This kind of strength was really too powerful. However, this directly offended Commander Cold Moon. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Zhongjiu said. "If there was a problem, just solve it directly. What else could there be? It was no big deal." "Yes, and it's a big problem." The latter sucked in a breath of cold air. "This Cold Moon Villa is the place of Commander Cold Moon, the subordinate of the Red Soul City governor. This means that the person behind the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is actually Commander Cold Moon." "Commander Cold Moon? She's really called Cold Moon. So what?" Li Zhongjiu didn't care. How could a name scare people like this? "Commander Cold Moon is the daughter of the governor." Chapter 1655. The Daughter of the City Master. There was only one City Master in Red Soul City, and that was Red Soul himself. The latter represented the entire Red Soul City. It could even be said, straightforwardly, the latter was the most powerful existence in the entire Red Soul City. Li Zhongjiu did not expect such a thing to happen. It was a little awkward. After all, Li Zhongjiu did not intend to be enemies with Han Yu. So what if she's the daughter of the city master? Can she go to heaven? Li Zhongjiu was just a little surprised. Other than that, he did not feel anything else. So what if she's the daughter of the city master? If that's the case, why don't you go to heaven? Humans would die. If you wanted to provoke Li Zhongjiu, even if you were the city master of Red Soul City himself, he would have to find a chance to kill you. Han Long looked at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. He could not believe that he could be so calm. He was indeed the calmest person Hong Long had ever seen. This time, Hong Long was completely convinced. Outside, the death of Commander Mi Shi shook the entire Crimson Soul City. After all, to be able to become a commander, one had to have his own abilities. Moreover, Commander Mi Shi was a very famous expert in the city. Yet he was killed just like that. Things were indeed a little unexpected. Everyone was shocked. Then there was a piece of news. It turned out that the Alliance Master of Heavenly Fiend Alliance had used the power of his own faction to kill Commander Mi Shi in the territory of Cold Moon Villa. Hence, Commander Mi Shi's subordinates were frantically searching for the people of Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Once they found them, if they could not bring them to the Alliance Master of Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would kill them directly. Heavenly Fiend Alliance had already suffered a lot of damage. Now that they had been messed up, it was even more impossible for them to recover. In an instant, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, who had been in the limelight, fell to the bottom. The other two Grade 2 sects were caught off guard. Thousand Moon Sect. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was at a loss of what to do with the current situation. Suddenly, something like this happened. This made the Thousand Moon Sect Master very surprised and shocked. She really could not understand why the Heavenly Fiend Alliance Master would do such a foolish thing. In the beginning, this matter was quite heated. However, the Thousand Moon Sect Master soon found the crux of the matter. He was not blinded by the fanatical and chaotic scene in front of him. Instead, he was very clear about the current situation. Who is the current leader of the Qing Gang? The Thousand Moon Sect's hierarch was sharp enough to notice that there was something unusual about the new leader of the Qing Gang. I don't know. The Qing Gang has never announced anything like that. Nobody knew what kind of person the leader of the Qing Gang was. All he knew was that the latter was powerful and had a mysterious identity. Their backgrounds were also extremely mysterious. Although the leader of the Qing Gang was unable to find out the details, the owner of the Cold Moon Villa was able to easily find out. He only needed to spend some money to find out who the current owner of the Cold Moon Villa was. Soon, the Thousand Moon Sect Master found a name. Li Zhongjiu. The Thousand Moon Sect Master was naturally unfamiliar with this name. He had never heard of this name before. After that, the Thousand Moon Sect Master also searched around the city. She checked the various inns in the city to see if there was anyone similar to Li Zhongjiu's name before. Soon, in the mountain residence, the information about Li Zongjio finally surfaced. When the Thousand Moon Sect master saw the portrait of Li Zongjio in his hand, he was stunned. He was completely stunned. "It's him!" The Thousand Moon Sect master exclaimed. It was this person who had caused a commotion in the city recently. However, this person was also the person who had saved her life in the hands of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. However, even if she knew that the current owner of the Cold Moon Villa was Li Zongjio, it did not mean that Li Zongjio had killed Commander Mishur. It was hard to figure out what exactly had happened. In addition, during this period of time, the Mishur army and the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had been fighting each other, which had caused a lot of commotion. Gradually, the two sides had a blood feud. They had lost Commander Mishur. Something had also happened within the Mishur army. These people were also constantly dividing their strength. They had their own camps. No one dared to find trouble with Li Zongjio anymore. The Thousand Moon Sect master did not disclose the clues she had found. At least, Li Zongjio was her savior. At this time, it was not good to hit him when he was down. Moreover, Li Zongjio was able to play the Mishur army and the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the palm of his hand. One could imagine how powerful he was. She, the Thousand Moon Sect master, did not want to have such a powerful opponent. Therefore, she temporarily kept Li Zongjio's information to herself. She kept all this information a secret. However, how is Li Zongjio going to deal with Commander Hanyue? Li Zongjio had snatched the Cold Moon Villa. Naturally, he would offend someone. Commander Hanyue. Commander Hanyue seemed to still be in seclusion. Therefore, she would not come out to find trouble with Li Zongjio for the time being. However, when Commander Hanyue came out of seclusion, Li Zongjio's situation would obviously become very dangerous. What the Thousand Moon Sect master did not expect was that Li Zongjio would use an unexpected method to get rid of the Cold Moon Villa. Li Zongjio directly listed the Cold Moon Villa for sale. The selling price, 20,000 soul beans. Only 20,000 soul beans. The Cold Moon Villa, even with these two names, was worth more than this amount of money. 20,000 soul beans, in the eyes of ordinary people, was naturally a huge number. However, in the eyes of those with real power and status, it was not a problem at all. The original value of the Cold Moon Villa should have been around 100,000 soul beans. To be able to sell for such a price, it was because the location of the Cold Moon Villa was very good. Li Zongjio did not want to meet the Scarlet Soul City Master so soon. If that happened, he would definitely lose. He might even be remembered. Now, if he could avoid it, he would do so. After all, Li Zongjio was not a fool. He knew that he was not a match for the Scarlet Soul City Master, but he still wanted to fight with him. That would be too stupid. Too stupid. Although Li Zongjio had his own pride, he also knew how to avoid the sharp edge. 20,000 soul beans in this market was a price that could be used to pick up a bargain. It was only put up for half a day before it was bought by someone. Before this, Li Zongjio naturally removed the binding of this sect's encampment. After the other party bought it, they immediately sold it for a higher price. After changing hands a few times, it was extremely difficult for the other party to find Li Zongjio again. Han Long could not help but admire Li Zongjio's decisiveness. He did not feel that it was a pity at all. After all, these things were stolen. As long as one was not too greedy, there would always be a return on anything. More often than not, you would suffer a double loss because you were too greedy. Chapter 1656. Li Zongjio still lived in the small mountain house. Under the large formation of the small mountain house, he could also ensure his own cultivation, making steady progress so that he could break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. In the city, Commander Mishur's former territory had also changed dynasties, and the Mishur army under him had also been disbanded, and the remaining part had been incorporated by the new commander. As for Commander Mishur, he only lived in the records, which were also very realistic, very real, and this rhythm was obviously faster than the outside world. At the current pace, in less than 7 days, All the prestige of Commander Mishur had disappeared. In the past, he could still use the latter's name to intimidate people, but now it was no longer possible. Everyone knew that Commander Mishur was just a dead man. Only the living were eternal, and the rest were not taken seriously at all. After death, they were basically ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Things were so simple and clear. Hong Long was also trying his best to recruit gang members. Ao Tian also joined the Qing gang. Was it also the face of a celestial realm expert? It was all here. Li Zhongjiu finished dealing with these two big crises and was about to rest for a while. Suddenly, he saw that the sky above the Red Soul City had turned blood red. This blood curtain could be seen in the sky. When everyone saw this scene, they were also very surprised. Some of the newcomers had never seen such a scene, but some of the old people who had experienced it also burst out with incredible light at this moment. They did not expect such a thing to happen again. What's going on? Li Zhongjiu also obviously knew that there must be something wrong. Otherwise, there would not be such a change. Hong Long also widened his eyes. He had been in this big world for so many years, but it was really the first time he saw such a situation, but he was very clear about the cause of such things. Demon siege, this is a demon siege. Demon siege? Li Zhongjiu was surprised to hear such a thing. Back then, when Li Zhongjiu had set up some trials for the students of Sky Sect Academy on Golden Island, he had also used a similar superpower. But in this big world, to create such an earth-shattering siege, Li Zhongjiu was very surprised. How bored was the mysterious Sky Emperor? Why did he have to do something in this peaceful time? It seemed that he was going to make a lot of noise. Otherwise, he would not let this matter rest. Why did he have to make such a big fuss? It was for such an effect. What's the rule? Li Zhongjiu saw that in the sky above the Scarlet Soul capital, outside of the red light screen, there were already some pitch-black, raindrop-like objects that were rapidly falling down. Boom! 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 One could see these raindrop-like things falling, but when they landed on the ground with a loud bang, they directly exploded with an extremely terrifying aura. Some of these things directly fell on the red defensive shield and instantly turned into ashes. Live, Hong Long said. The only rule is to live. The defensive shield of the Red Soul City can only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, these demons will also rush into the city. Hong Long said. They have no emotions, they only know how to kill. It's already a blessing to be able to survive. If we can withstand this siege, then we have a chance to become the commander of the Crimson Soul City. If we can't withstand the attack of the demons, then the Crimson Spirit City will completely disappear and be wiped out. Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not expect this siege to be so tragic. It was impossible to escape. Outside the Red Soul City, within a radius of 100 miles, there were countless demons descending from the sky. No matter how fast you are, as long as you don't teleport, you will be surrounded by these demons. The only way to survive was to stay in the city and persevere. These demons all descended from the sky. When Li Zhongjiu first arrived, he was also curious as to why this main city did not have a wall. Now, it seemed that the wall was useless. The demons directly fell from the sky. What was the use of the wall? Moreover, this kind of ordinary wall, how could it withstand the attack of a Xiantian realm expert or even a celestial realm expert? It was completely impossible. Only your own strength could withstand it. At the same time, in this siege, the special effect of your gang's encampment would also be directly ineffective. The only way to survive was to bring all your brothers and have a real life and death battle. Boom! 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 At this moment, the red light screen in the sky seemed to have a huge ripple. Many people had already started to pray, praying that they could escape this disaster, and they quickly formed a team with the people around them, at least those who they trusted. This was something only experienced people would do. Those inexperienced newbies were basically just sending themselves to death. The demons in the distance were already rushing towards the Crimson Soul City. Li Zongjiu took out the unparalleled sword. "Then let's kill. Since there is no way out, there is no other way," Li Zongjiu said. There was no problem in protecting themselves. As for how to protect the city, it was up to the city lord and the others. In the face of such an attack, the Red Soul City Lord must have a set of strategies. The city guards in the city also quickly gathered, and they all gathered in one direction. In this direction, which was the city lord statue in the city gate square. Under the statue of the city lord, one would also receive a boost in strength. At the same time, the city lord statue itself was also a very powerful dermic artifact. Under the statue, if everyone gathered, it would naturally become a very strong force to resist. "Let's go to the city gate square too," Honglong asked. "No, it's here." "Call all the people of the Qing gang here," Li Zongjiu said. If after such a demon siege and all the people in his gang died, it would be too tragic. So it was good to be able to save one. After all, they had joined his Qing gang. As the leader, he naturally had to show some respect. Otherwise, no one would be willing to join this gang in the future. 3 minutes passed quickly. In the small mountain house, many experts came. Li Zongjiu gathered many of the Qing gang's experts. Boom! The red light faded. The entire Crimson Soul City also erupted with a terrifying commotion at this moment. Chapter 16, 57. The demons that fell from the sky like meteors did not stop. They landed in every corner of the city. Li Zongjiu did not expect that something like this would happen to him. It was a rare event that happened once in a few hundred years, but it happened to him. This matter was going to be messed up. He could only fight with one of them. Li Zongjiu did not mind. It was a good opportunity for him to experience it. Anyway, the most troublesome thing was the Crimson Soul City Master and some other commanders. These people were the real main force for these matters. It was no wonder that they were not usually seen. These people were also doing their best to prepare for these matters. Without further ado, the first fiendish demon quickly entered everyone's line of sight. Li Zongjiu immediately released the array. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy spread out. "Kill this demon in an instant." Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Array. Li Zongjiu was also in charge of controlling the array. These fiendish demons also dropped soul beans. At least there was something to be gained. At least it wasn't as if there was nothing left. Of course, when they were devoured by this demon, there was nothing left. These 10 or so Green Gang members, if not for the protection of Li Zongjiu and the others, would have died. With the opponent's strength, it was difficult to resist. Demons could be said to be everywhere. They fell from the sky and were very dangerous. Ao Tian also did not transform into his true form. This was just the beginning. Naturally, he had to be steady. If there was too much of a commotion, it would definitely attract more attention. Once the enemy's attention was attracted, it would be quite dangerous. He did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. Boom! Boom! The entire Crimson Soul City was filled with continuous explosions. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Some of the buildings collapsed as well. From afar, one could see the terrifying smoke rising in the air. Li Zongjiu was also controlling the array in his hand. At the same time, he also activated the 8 gates heavenly mystery array of the mountain residents to replenish the elemental energy of everyone. There were a total of 7 independent courtyards in the mountain residence. When the people in the other 4 courtyards saw that Li Zongjiu's side actually had an array master, they immediately became excited. "Quick, let me in." These people were not weak either. "Find somewhere else." Li Zongjiu rejected these people from entering his array formation. After all, in times of crisis, human nature would be revealed without a doubt. Once it was a matter of life and death, these people would definitely do anything. One should never underestimate human nature. Sometimes these people had no humanity to speak of. Therefore, Li Zongjiu himself was very clear about this. At such a critical juncture, of course, we have to help each other. Only then will we have a chance to escape. You have to think clearly. The other party seemed to have formed a small group of their own. There were a total of 6 people. They were all Xiantian experts. To be able to afford to live in a place like the mountain residence, most of them could be considered to have some strength. You can come in, but everyone has to pay 10,000 soul beans, Li Zongju said. Then he activated the Xuanwu and slapped a demon to death. 10,000 soul beans. You're looting a burning house. You'll definitely die a horrible death. When the other party heard Li Zongju's words, they were about to explode in anger. What kind of situation was this? They still didn't know how to unite and help each other. Moreover, such a lousy formation required 10,000 soul beans. They were simply crazy about money. On the spot, a man and a woman turned and left. From the looks of it, the 2 of them were probably lovers. After hearing this, they didn't have any hope. It was better to quickly find a hidden place to hide. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Unity and help might exist in other places, but in the great world it didn't exist. If they were united, why didn't they help the weaker ones? Instead, they wanted to squeeze into Li Zongjiu's formation. How could this be called unity and help? They were clearly trying to take advantage of Li Zongjiu. To be able to offer 10,000 soul beans and give them a chance was already an exceptional favor. Therefore, there was no need to think about it. These people definitely wouldn't come in. Among the 6, there was a fatty who was willing to pay to come in and hide. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. It seemed that this fatty's thinking wasn't bad. At the very least, he had a good eye for things. Consider yourself lucky. Li Zongjiu took the fatty's 10,000 soul beans and let him fly in. The fatty also thanked Li Zongjiu profusely. The remaining 5 people immediately left. Furthermore, within their eyes, there was a trace of hatred. If anything happened to them, they would definitely blame Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu completely ignored them. He didn't have the ability, yet he blamed others for not saving him. The fiendish demons kept rushing over. At first, it was just a few small demons. Li Zongjiu and the others had an easy time dealing with them. But gradually, the strength of these demons became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the more people died in the city, the more people died. The chances of these fiendish demons gathering together would be higher. It was originally 100 against 100, but it quickly became 100 against 10, 100 against 1. After all, the number of demons was endless. Li Zongjiu kept maintaining and repairing the formation. Immediately, he saw what seemed to be 5 Xiantian realm demons in front of him, and they were all at Khanate level 6 or 7. Ao Tian, go kill them. Ao Tian nodded. He immediately rushed towards the 5 Khanate demons. However, just as Ao Tian rushed out, the 5 people who had just left appeared once again. They immediately surrounded Ao Tian. These people are pretty good at enduring. Li Zongjiu saw that these people who were hiding chose to surround Ao Tian. Obviously, they were unhappy and wanted to take revenge on Li Zongjiu. This was going to be fun. Do as you see fit. Ao Tian didn't expect that there would be people who would take the initiative to die. Since you don't want us to live, don't think about living either. The 5 of them said sternly. Looking at Ao Tian, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity. They joined forces and charged towards Ao Tian. Boom! Ao Tian's aura of a heaven being exploded instantly. In front of these 5 people, he revealed his true form. Instantly, the 5 people's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Heaven. Heaven being realm. The 5 of them were dumbfounded. How did they meet a heaven being realm expert? They were totally caught off guard. Immediately, the 5 of them wanted to turn around and escape. But Ao Tian had already swung his tail and severely injured the 5 of them.